are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Are there any additions or corrections for closed session?
There are none, Chair.
All right. We will be going to closed session for item number 1A. Is there any public comment on closed session for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and we will recess for closed session agenda items for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We will also call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Are there any closed session additions or corrections?
There are none, Chair.
All right. We will be recessing for closed session items number 1A through C. Is there any public comment on closed session this morning? I do not see any hands raised. This would be public comment on closed session for the County Board of Supervisors. We are seeing no public comments, so we will close public comments, and we will recess for closed session agenda items for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Somebody just raised their hand. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. We do have one hand raised for public comment, so we will just pop back into public comment, and we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us today. Unmuted.
Hello.
Hi. You have this is public comment for the closed session items of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
Yes, I just would like to say good morning and thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. Personally, I'm not comfortable with this kind of surveillance, and I would like to know more about the subject and see more input from our community before any decision is made.
Great. Thank you very much for your comment today. And is there any other closed session public comment? No. Okay. So that we will close public. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we will close public comment. We will adjourn to closed session, and we look forward to being back here at 10:30 this morning. We'll see you then. Thank you.
You guys in? Can you hear me? Good. Hello, it's Tim Price. I don't hear you, Fina. Nope. No, I can't.
Tim, this is Valerie. Can you hear me?
Hey, Valerie, good morning.
Good morning. So we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good. Very good. The only thing, Valerie, I don't see any video.
We haven't started yet. We don't come back until 10:30.
Okay.
Okay?
So Valerie, actually, let me close my door because I was getting feedback from Josefina. Josefina, can you hear us? But she has no audio.
Let's see. Do you know how she signed in?
No, I'll take a look. Let me troubleshoot that. And worst case scenario, she could just jump on mine if hers is not working.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Valerie, so 10:30?
10:30, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just stay in until you guys come back.
Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
So I need to still talk to the interpreter. No, don't mute. Lily, are you there? It's Valerie. Lily Guzman, interpreter. She hasn't gotten the Spanish channel yet. That's why I'm trying to let her know. I promoted her and put her over there. Oh, there. And there, okay, so there's the other one, Luis. Do you know how to add an interpreter? Laura, it's Valerie.
Yes, I'm here. This
Okay,
is
we're
Laura.
we're gonna promote you to a panelist and add you to send the invite for the interpreter. Thank you. And Lily is in already. Okay.
But I will start. This is Laura.
So I'll let Semi know to send both you, Laura, and Lily an email that Laura will start the first 30 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm in the Spanish channel.
You know how to do it, Luis?
Sí, perfecto.
Can you do it for him real quick?
Oh, yo te oigo muy bien. Es que sabes que creo que está en el canal de inglés. Pero ahora ponle inglés para que ella te oiga. ¿Me escuchas tú? Perfecto. Yo te escucho muy bien también. Ya ves que cuando empieza la traducción no nos escuchamos tan bien tú y yo, pero está bien.
I thought you had to click on the globe at the bottom. Or it's at the top. I don't see it though. Maybe go get Jorge because we're going to start here in a minute.
Lili, yo te oigo perfecto, lo que pasa es que me están poniendo mute.
Laura,
Okay.
they're still trying to send you the panelist invite thing. Hold on one second.
Okay. Oh, Lily's there, but you cannot hear her. Valerie?
I'm here.
Lily's there.
Yeah, Lily's here already, and she's in as a Spanish interpreter. We're trying to send you the invite for the interpretation. So hold on one second.
Okay, sounds great.
Do you have Lily's cell phone number to let her know you'll start the first 30?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay,
We have each
perfect. If
other's
you can let
number.
her know that, then Semi won't have to send her an email. Okay.
Okay.
No, we're good, thank you. I'm just trying to check if I see Giselle's there. Ask her if. Do it again now because he's got his hand raised. Tim, it's Valerie. I see your hands raised. I asked you to unmute. There you go. I can see you. Can you talk now? Tim?
Hold on. I'm sorry about that. Valerie, we were trying to get Josefina set up, and we were just working on
Do you
that.
know how she signed in?
She's signed in under Josefina de Leon, and she can see. She just does not have the microphone. So if we can't get it, she could just use my setup. We'll be fine.
Okay, because I don't see her signed in, but
Oh, you
I
don't?
tried-
You do not see Josefina de Leon?
no. Let me try again.
And that's a Josifina.
I have a Joseph.
No. Well, that would be the problem, Valerie. Let me make sure that she's signed in.
Okay. If once I see her, I'll promote her, and then she should be able to if she's coming in through her computer. If she's
Yeah.
calling in, I can't promote her, but we can allow her to talk.
Okay, great. Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you. We can do the wire, I turned down 19 for you.
Okay.
Jocelyn, you have wireless number 2, if you can touch that one. Oh, yeah. How, show me how you do that, so that way I can, that way if I need to help you guys. Oh, that's it? Okay.
Morning, Valerie.
Good morning.
Hey, Valerie, this is Sean Ellerby.
Hi.
Hi, I'm going to be doing the introduction for item 11. And then will you allow me to share my screen so I can pull up the presentation?
Yes, we sure will. Are you in as a panelist or an attendee?
I should be in as
Oh.
a panelist.
Yeah, so you should be able to share your screen.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
But creating a cultural institution.
Why am I not? Why is mine not coming up?
Are we on mute, guys? We are? Can you unmute me? Catalina?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just wanted to do a test to make sure you were there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Valerie, this is Sean Ellerby again.
Hi, Shawnee.
Can you add Nate Merkel as a participant for item 11?
Yeah, let me see if I can find him.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see Philip. Everybody else but Philip.
Amendment.
Hi, Valerie. Can you add Sergio as a panelist? I think he's not on as a panelist yet.
I added him already, Javier. He's a panelist.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I still don't see Phillips on there either, unless I'm missing him, but that's the only one we need. I don't. Josh. Oh, there he is. Okay, for sure. Now all the supervisors are there. I just left Charles. There he is.
Right, hello. We are reconvening our Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items. It is 10:35 on Tuesday, March 9th. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Today we are going to welcome Catalina Perez to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina is a student at North Monterey County High School in Castroville. She was recently awarded the Susanna Patmore Gibbs Courage Scholarship from Girls Inc. Girls Inc. is a nonprofit organization working locally to inspire all girls to be strong, smart, and bold, and to respect themselves and the world around them. And Catalina was one of the 3 young women in the entire nation to be awarded this $25,000 scholarship. Thank you for joining us today, Catalina. Would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Yes, thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, of course.
I do want to thank you for reaching out and recognizing one of our people out in North County. You're not just looking for people on the peninsula that are doing great things. So Catalina was one of the people we're most proud of, and she's accomplished a great thing. And my son, who teaches there at North County, says she's one of the people that's really leading and inspiring us in the future. So thank you for reaching out, and thank you, Catalina. So.
Yeah, thank you again for joining us, Catalina, and congratulations. We're so proud of what you've accomplished so far and everything that that the future stands to hold for you. So come visit us again soon. All right.
Madam Chair, if I
any...
could make a quick comment.
Yep, please.
I just
please
want to
go
say,
ahead.
as a longtime supporter of Girls Inc., I've never seen an organization that does so much for young women. The promotion of leadership, the strength, the courage that Girls Inc. gives young women. I'm so delighted to see such a perfect example of the success of the programs. Thank you so much for being with us, Catalina. Really, really value that.
All right. I would like to welcome our interpreter today, Jocelyn Martinez, who's joining us here in Chambers. Would you please announce our Spanish interpretation services that are available via Zoom?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español, se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo disponible vía Zoom. En su pantalla, al pie de la pantalla, si presiona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos no es disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us and making our meetings more accessible to everyone in our community. For anyone who's joining us on Zoom, the globe feature at the bottom of the screen will allow you to select your language for today's meeting. For anyone who is calling into the meeting, we do not currently have Spanish interpretation available via the phone, but we are continuing to work on that. Are there any additions and corrections on our public agenda today?
Yes, there is a correction to the ceremonial resolutions for item number 2, which is recognizing every first Monday in March as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. That is in receipt of a revised resolution. And for the consent calendar for the Department of Social Services, item number 23 is in receipt of a revised board report and amendment number 4, which the department will address.
Great, thank you. And so we'll address those when we get to them, right? Perfect. Okay. We do have 2 ceremonial resolutions today. Let's get them approved first, and then we can go through the presentations. Are there any board comments or questions on these? Is there any public comment or question on these? Seeing no public comment or question, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Lopez
All right, I
seconds.
think I heard a motion from Supervisor Phillips and a second by Supervisor Lopez. With
Chair,
that, sorry, go ahead.
On the ceremonial resolution for item number 2, recognizing every first Monday in March as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day in Monterey County, I needed to make some corrections to the 9th whereas paragraph, only because this resolution was modeled after the one by the State Assembly, and I needed to update the numbers in that paragraph. If I could just read them so we could entertain a motion with those corrections to that one paragraph.
That would be fabulous. Thank you.
The paragraph, because so much has changed since the original resolution was written till now. It says, so I'm just updating the numbers. So this is the correct version. It should read, whereas more than 2.6 million people worldwide and 525,000 people in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID-19. And in California alone, more than 54,000 lives have been lost to this deadly virus, including 331 in Monterey County. That should be the corrected version to that paragraph. Thank you.
A tragic update, but thank you. So with that, we have a motion and a second.
And
I
my
assume
motion
that-
stands as amended.
Thank
As
you.
amended, perfect. Wonderful. Okay, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, and I will pass the microphone over to Supervisor Alejo for a presentation on our first Monday as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In line with our California legislature, I brought this resolution forward as this month is a moment of reflection of the 1-year anniversary that our state declared a shelter-in-place order and took the first steps to try to address this COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm honored today to be here with former Salinas council member Sergio Sanchez, who tragically lost his mother, Cruz Torres, last November, to receive this resolution as one of our families in Monterey County who has lost a loved one to the virus. I just want to read a few paragraphs of this resolution. It says, every first Monday of March has been recognized as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. In response to a rapid spread of COVID-19 and stay-at-home orders, essential workers have stepped up to provide critical services to help protect our communities and save lives, sacrificing their own health and safety. COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on low-income communities and communities of color, exacerbating the inequities already prevalent in our systems, and has further exposed how racism and classism are America's most dangerous pre-existing conditions. The symptoms and severity of COVID-19 can vary dramatically by individual, and long-term health implications for survivors is largely unknown, as many survivors suffer from lingering side effects of the disease long after they no longer test positive. More than 2.6 million worldwide and 525,000 people in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID-19, and in California alone, more than 54,000 have been lost to this deadly virus, including 331 in Monterey County. Each life lost to COVID-19 mattered and leaves a hole in the hearts of loved ones, family members, and surrounding community. Public health guidance and policies targeted at prevention, such as social distancing, wearing masks in public, and staying home, help mitigate the spread of COVID-19, prevent illness, and lessen the burden on individuals and society. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of the county and the residents thereof, recognizes the first Monday in March as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day, in remembrance of those marked by COVID-19 and those who have lost their lives, and in honor of those who continue to suffer from the impacts of this virus. With that, I wanted to pass this on to former Salinas Councilmember Sergio Sanchez. I just wanted to really express my condolences to him and his family on the passing of their mother. The heartbreak will never go away, and not being able to spend all the holidays and birthdays and special events with your mother. It's one of the tragic, most hardest things that anybody could go through. So I want to just Sergio speak as on behalf of his mother and also other Monterey County families who have lost loved ones as well to this pandemic. And Sergio, your mic is not on, your video is not on.
I see him on the attendee side.
If we could switch him over, please. And Sergio, maybe if you could raise your hand so it could flag it for staff to be able to bring you into the Zoom.
There. Hi. Sorry about that. Good morning, Madam Chair and supervisors. I just want to thank you for doing this today. You know, the fact that we as families were not able to grieve as we normally would because you can't visit your family in the hospital. And the last time I talked to my mom, it was at 5 o'clock in the morning on November 7th. And she's spending the next 2 weeks fighting for her life. And unfortunately, she would not recover and die. And so having you do this today really allows us to, one is remember our families and our loved ones, but also to give us a place, hopefully a permanent place where we can also grieve and continue to heal. They tell me that the pain never goes away. You just get to learn to live with it day by day. And but I really want to thank you for the steps you took today and for listening to our community about the pain of losing loved ones, but also for those that are still suffering. I still have a brother that's in the hospital. He's been there since my mom was there, and he's still recovering. And that's just months later. And so, you know, my mom's story is she was a young nurse in Mexico, and she decided in the late 70s that she was going to migrate to the United States. She had a good job and she had a good life, and she thought that we could have a better one. And because of that wisdom, we're here, you know, and to be able to serve our community. And, you know, I have a brother that just retired from the military after 23 years. And now he's a contractor for the military, overseeing lots of other contractors in the state of Texas, you know. And that's just one example of us immigrants that we come to this country only to work and to make this country better. But it was because of her wisdom that we're here and that I'm here. And I'm gonna miss her dearly. But what you've done today is to really help us with that healing process. But everything that you have done as a board of supervisors and getting us more vaccines and being so proactive, one of the most active board of supervisors and staff in the state. And I'm so proud to be a Monterey County resident and to know all of you and to let you know that my mother loved this area. She was not a U.S. citizen, but she actively worked in political campaigns and helped people get elected. Her dream was to become a U.S. citizen, and she never got that. So on her behalf and all the other hundreds of people that have died in our community, thank you. Thank you for what you've done. And I'd be glad to help you set up a permanent memorial for the victims and the survivors of this horrible disease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio Sanchez, for your words. Your Cruz Torres was 71 when she passed away, a beloved mother and grandmother. And I think we can all relate with that, how devastating these moments are for families. But thank you for willing to share some words that I think are felt by everyone across our county. And your mom and her memory will always be with us. So thank you, and we look forward to working with you on doing that permanent memorial for all COVID victims in Monterey County and their families somewhere here on our Monterey County Civic Campus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, her name is Cruz Torres. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you, Sergio Sanchez, for sharing a little bit more about your mom. It was I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much.
We have another resolution to present today. Item number 3 is adopting resolution commending Josefina De Leon upon her retirement after 20 years of public service with the Monterey County Public Works, Parks, and Facilities Office. Supervisor Alejo, I'll pass the floor back to you again.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez is doing this with me. I don't know if you want to go first. You want me to go first, Supervisor Lopez?
Do we have Josefina here with us?
Yeah, she should be on the line with her supervisor.
I see
Yeah,
Tim.
Tim is present.
Tim is
Okay.
here.
Perfect. Well, Josefina, we just want to thank you for your dedication to our community. I know that over the years, having been a South County resident, you're proud of the community that you come from, and you've given your time back to our community through your service at the county. even through changes in titles and everything else, you've stayed strong, and we're proud of you and your ability to continue on to this new endeavor in your life, which is retirement with your 5 children and your 5 grandkids. And we're excited to see what this new epic in your life is going to bring in terms of activity. We know you like to give back through the church and in Soledad, and we're just so proud that you're a South County resident and a lifelong service giver to the community through all of your efforts. And on behalf of all the residents of Monterey County, I just wanted to say thank you for your service and congratulate you on this well-deserved, well-earned retirement. And with that, I'll kick it over to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Again, honoring one of our longtime workers and one of your constituents in South County. I want to thank Tim Price for bringing this to our attention. We always like to honor all our retiring workers in whatever duties they do for the county and for the people of Monterey. I think that they, after 2 decades of service, they deserve to be recognized, not only for her, but her family and her community. Josefina de Leon is a proud resident of Soledad, California. She was hired as a farm worker picking tomatoes 50 years ago in South County after she migrated from Uriagato, Guanajuato, Mexico, where my family is from as well. She then met her husband, Alberto, who has been married for 43 years with 5 children and 5 grandchildren. She first heard about a custodial job with the custodial department and was there for 1.5 years. Shortly after, the custodial department dissolved and she was placed as groundskeeper with the County of Monterey from the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Division. She said it was a blessing and she felt at home being outdoors and working with plants. 20 years later, she is retiring from her public service. She looks forward to spending lots of time with her husband and her family. She also acknowledges her co-workers who have been special to her and will always be in her heart. Josefina de Leon does not plan on stopping, and she plans on continuing her work through her church, which she has honored to work there her entire life. South County is her home, and there she will reside. Tim Price is Josefina de Leon's direct supervisor, and he has had the opportunity to work with Josefina for the last 5 years. He admires her work, competency, and her empathy for others. And so, Tim, I'm going to pass it for you because you brought us this to our attention to honor Josefina, and we're grateful for you bringing this to our attention, and we certainly want to honor her and for her many dedicated years of service.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for honoring Josefina. And good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name's Tim Price, and I'm the County Grounds Supervisor. I've had the opportunity to work with Josefina for the last 5 years, and I would like to say every day she's come to work with a positive attitude, and she's kept that positive attitude throughout the end of the day. Because of that, she's been an exemplary grounds worker to the County of Monterey, and it's truly been an honor to work with her. Thank you.
And Tim, is she there with you to say a few words?
Yes, she is. I'm going to pass the microphone and video to her.
Josefina, thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone.
You're on.
Yes.
Unas palabras, por favor.
Ay. ¿En inglés o en español?
Lo que sea.
I'm gonna try in English, okay? But I'm not very good.
Okay.
I really feel a blessing to be one of the workers here in Monterey County. And this job really helped me to support my family. All my kids going to the university, and I have 3 teachers, and my other daughter, she's studying something from the sports, and my son works in a bank, and I really enjoy my areas. I feel like it was mine, and I'm very happy. Very happy, and I'm kind of sad to leave, but it's my time. I want to enjoy my grandchildren, and travel a little bit. And that's all. Thank you, everyone.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
Josefina. And we want to really congratulate you. Well-deserved retirement. And it's really a testament to you, the success of your children. And you really exemplify the American dream of hard work, of immigrants who want to give their children a better life. And because of you, like many of our families and our parents, we're able to have better opportunities and to be professionals and have good careers. So we all applaud you for your tremendous work. And I know your family, your children are very proud of you. So muchas gracias por todo lo que hizo para nosotros en el condado de Monterrey. Felicidades en tu retiro.
Oh, gracias. Tuve la oportunidad de conocer muchas personas y me llevo bonitos recuerdos de muchas personas. Y otra cosa.
Sí, dígame.
Pues gracias a eso pude comprar mi casa y voy a quedarme a disfrutarla.
Yeah, and she just shared that because of her job, she was able to buy her home, and she's now going to just enjoy it. Awesome. I think Supervisor Phillips, I'll pass it to my colleagues if they want to say anything.
Yeah, I did. I think Josefina was probably the hardest working county employee I've ever seen. And you could always recognize her because she had her bandana on, but always a big smile on her face. And she was probably the best ambassador as all of us come to work and we run into her as she was there working. She was the best ambassador to our county. So congratulations. And we really do appreciate all your hard work you did for the county. So.
Y Josefina, si puedo, nomás le quiero agradecer por todo el trabajo. De verdad, le voy a extrañar todas nuestras conversaciones en el parque de cada vez que llegué al edificio. La amistad, por ser una gran amiga para mí, mi familia, y todas las palabras que me dabas en esos días tan difíciles que siempre íbamos adelante y juntos salíamos mejor, ¿verdad? Cada día. Te voy a extrañar y sus palabras, pero gracias por la confianza, por ser una gran amiga a mí, a mi comunidad, y espero que tengas mucha nueva energía y oportunidades en su retiramiento, y le voy a extrañar bastante.
Gracias. Ahí nos seguimos viendo.
All right. Thank you, Josefina. Thank you, Tim.
There's one more hand up from Elsa.
Yeah. Oh, Elsa Jimenez.
Buenos días. Good morning, Josefina. No sabía que se nos iba a ir. I would be remiss if I didn't comment. The health department loves Josefina. She, as Tim indicated, always has a bright smile. I'm ever so impressed with just all the physical labor that she does at our facility to keep it, looking sharp and looking clean. Josefina, la estimamos mucho y la vamos a extrañar mucho. Muchas gracias por todo su trabajo y por mantener nuestro edificio muy limpio y presentable al público. Se lo agradecemos de gran corazón y le deseamos un retiro lleno de visitas con sus nietos. Ojalá que pronto se pueda vacunar para que pueda hacer eso seguramente y ojalá que pronto pueda tener sus vacaciones. We love you, Josefina, and we'll miss you. Thank you.
Gracias, Elsa. No pensaba irme sin despedirme.
Nos vemos el jueves, si Dios quiere.
Sí.
We'll give a last virtual applause to Josefina. Thank you very much. Felicidades.
Gracias.
Great, thank you. And best wishes on your retirement with your home and your children and your grandchildren. It sounds like you will be well missed here at the county.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. We are going to move on to our appointments today. We have items number 4 through 7 on today's appointments. Are there any board members who would like to pull an appointment? Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on our appointments today? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion for appointments.
I'll move approval of the appointments.
Second.
Have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Alejo. Could we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. With that, our motion carries. Moving along to our consent calendar, we have items 15 through 38 on today's consent agenda. Would any member of the board like to pull an item from the consent agenda today? Seeing no hands raised, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on consent agenda items today?
This
We'll
is
go
Becky
to-
Cromer from,
Oh, yep, sure. Becky, yes, thank you. Would you like to read your amendments into the record?
actually, we've decided to just pull the item number 23 and we will come back to the board at a later date.
All right, so we will be pulling, staff has requested that we pull item number 23 to return to the board at a later date. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
We also have a couple of public comments, so we'll go through and allow 3 minutes for public comment. These are for items specific to the consent calendar agenda today. If we could give Sky Ranch Estates POA the ability to unmute and share comment. Okay, we lost Sky Ranch. If we could allow Rick Smith permission to speak and share public comment. Rick, you should be able to unmute your microphone and share your comment today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had unmuted it. I'm assuming this is the only time we'll have to comment on the Vericel acquisition, the Vericel imagery acquisition, which is item, I believe, 26. It's a high-priced item. If I believed it was going to be used for law enforcement or collecting metadata or code enforcement, I would be opposed to it. I don't want to say I don't want to see it happen because I think it has many good uses, emergency responses and, making sure that the people pay for their taxes based on, what's improved on their property. I can see uses for it, but I would, if it had to be approved, yes or no, and it could include code enforcement or police involvement, I would recommend against it. I don't believe, and if we're going to pay $410,000 for this system and we're going to keep code enforcement officers from wandering the county looking for code enforcement, I'm wondering if we would be able to retire some of those officers since this would be taking their place. And I noticed county council's comments about the terms being very unfavorable. I recommend that they continue to work on that before they accept this. I believe those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your comments today, Rick. Next up, we have Sky Ranch Estates POA. We will give you permission to unmute your microphone and share your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, before I wasn't given permission to unmute. Basically just wanted to second the previous gentleman's comments. It sounds like there's a lot of good uses for the Vexel imaging. I just want to make sure that, this isn't abused because we're basically talking about surveilling the county. And I had questions about the service. It doesn't say much in here about what it's going to be used. It looks like the company sells different types of surveillance cameras and then surveillance data sets. And I'm just wondering, is this going to be used to peek over residents' fences to see what's happening on their private property? Or is it only going to be used for improving emergency services? And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I will also mention that we have received a handful of email comments in regards to item number 25, so just those are all in the record here. I don't see any other public comment on consent agenda items via Zoom. Are there any public comments for the consent agenda? Okay, we will get to general public comment in just a moment. Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the board. I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Move consent.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Alejo to approve, and that would be consent items 15 through 38 with the exception of 23.
Correct.
Great, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. The motion carries. Next up, we have board comments, and why don't we start with Supervisor Alejo today?
Ma'am, if I could come back at the end, thanks.
Yes, of course. We'd be happy to do that. We'll go on to Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention we had a town hall meeting last Thursday, and you know, I have like 7 little hamlets in my jurisdiction, and actually using Zoom was a pretty effective way to in answering questions the way it was done. I couldn't figure out how they were doing it, but it was done. We had Charles McKee, our CAO, and Elsa from the health department, the sheriff, and other ones, waste management, and the other ones. So it was a pretty effective way for us to reach out to the people in our community. I'm concerned, as I think we all are, with our testing numbers. We're doing well on starting getting our vaccine out, but our testing numbers, I think we're about 1/8 of what we were here in Castroville. So we're trying to get the word out, and hopefully we do get the word out and get more people tested, because it's hurting us in getting into the next tier that we need to get to. And speaking of vaccines, we're working today with Max Cuevas and Clinica de Salud to get our teachers tested, and they're doing that as we speak out at North County High. So that's something my office has been working with all the parties to do. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to touch on a few things happening. First, wanted to give a shout out to Me Memorial and Soledad Medical down here in South County, who are doing a lot of great work to vaccinate our communities. Obviously, when we look at the equity gap, it's going to take champions like that to help fill the difference, and they're doing the work. So I wanted to give them a shout out. Also, this weekend, I had the opportunity to spend the day Saturday with Clinica de Salud Grower Shipper Association in our ag communities, and assisting and helping to get 3,000 farm workers vaccinated. And a huge shout out to Supervisor Alejo and his whole team who helped in the parking situation. And it was not an easy situation to control that day, but they did a great job of making sure that the traffic kept flowing and folks got into where they needed to be to get vaccinated. I can tell you, watching folks come out of that clinic with the sense of relief after having so many challenges, just finding access to the vaccine was incredible. So I want to thank all the partners who made that possible. I know that those will continue, and I'm just so thankful for the unique partnerships that have been created to make sure that we get vaccine to this critically essential workforce here in Monterey County, and people who we have considered essential and have continued to work through the entire pandemic. So that was a great bright spot for me this weekend. Tonight, I'll be in Soledad, where we're going to be celebrating 100 years of city declaration and filing of the paperwork to create their city. And so there'll be a parade come rain or shine this evening at 5:30 through town. And so invite folks from our community to come out and enjoy that. I also did a town hall last night with the sheriff, with the community of Spreckle, specifically to address some concerns there. And I want to give a shout out to his team for running a great town hall where we were able to answer a lot of questions. And lastly, I wanted to share that Supervisor Alejo and I had the ability to visit with a couple of the judges next door and talk about future offerings in South County. And there's some great opportunities around the corner, and for a partnership to make sure that access to justice continues in Southern Monterey County. during and post-COVID. And so I just want to thank the judges for reaching out and making those opportunities available and letting us know about the critical work that they've been doing to that end. And with that, I will wrap my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This coming Thursday, 2 days from today, March 11th, my office and I are going to be hosting a virtual community town hall meeting regarding the recent flooding in the Carmel Lagoon area. It begins at 5:30 via Zoom, and for more information about how to participate in the meeting, people can contact my office. It's been a problem out there for a long time, and I'm really delighted that we've been able to pull together a stellar list of presenters to really dive into the issue. And then secondly, when Chris Lopez was saying how happy he was when he was watching people walk out, feeling very confident after having had their COVID shot, I was one of those people. I had my first COVID shot this past Friday, and I appreciate how smooth the whole process went. It was a walk in the park, and I had no pain in my arm, as others had said they might, but I was really delighted and so thankful that I was able to do so. I'm also very pleased because I'm noticing that the media, national television, et cetera, are having a lot of commercials, so to speak, about what people can and cannot do after they get their vaccinations. And I think that's really important because as we have this major push toward people being vaccinated, I think it's possible to walk around with either a false sense of absolute, immunity and impunity, or else they're still too frightened to do anything. So I think more information in that regard has been very much appreciated. There's still so many people that we hear from who are just really frustrated about the vaccine availability. It's gotten much better since we've had a really good inflow of vaccine. But I just hope that the community understands just how hard this board, the public health department, Dr. Moreno himself have been pushing on the state on the way they are distributing vaccine supplies. Much of the decision making is at the state level, and we're doing our best truly to push to get what we have a right to have down here in our county. We received some information this morning that my hope is will be helpful to us as far as speaking to the different numbers that we have. So that's going to be an important element. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. And I'm glad to know that this is the week and the month, and yesterday was the day of the woman. And once again, I just am so thankful for the young woman from Girls Inc. who spoke today. It's just such a marvelous program, and she just really exemplifies what leadership can do for people. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. And I do have to say, I'm a little jealous of the fire you have roaring in the background. It looks nice and cozy warm where you are.
It is because my house is cold and my PG&E bill is so expensive. I thought maybe this will help on a cold day like today.
Well, it looks delightful.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. A few announcements. Last Wednesday, I was invited to go up to back to Sacramento, outside the Capitol. As you know, this week, the nomination for our current Attorney General, Javier Becerra, is likely to be taken up by the full U.S. Senate for his confirmation. I hope that goes through. He's been a great Attorney General for California, and he deserves to be appointed as our next U.S. Secretary for Health and Human Services. But that then would open up an historic opportunity for the governor to make a third rare appointment of who would replace Javier Becerra as Attorney General. And I went to speak at a press conference with social justice organizations and my friend Assembly Member Miguel Santiago from Los Angeles in support of Rob Bonta, who grew up in Delano and 40 acres with Cesar Chavez. He could be the first Filipino-American Attorney General ever in California or anywhere in the nation. So it's an exciting time, and hopefully that decision will come soon. It's certainly in the hands of Governor Newsom. But I also wanted to say that in Washington, there's another important decision likely to be made this week in the House, maybe today, which is to ratify that $1.7 trillion relief package, which has $350 billion to help local governments, including Monterey County. But our lobbyist, Brent Heberly, gave us some numbers yesterday in a legislative committee that showed that Monterey, with this ratification of this bill would receive almost $170 million, 84 going to Monterey County, but the large cities that were 50,000, Salinas would get 50 million, Monterey would get 6 million, Seaside 8 million, and then the smaller cities under 50,000 would get a direct allocation, but it would have a pass through the state of California, but that would be another almost $21 million. So certainly in this pandemic, when communities have been hard hit, local governments have been hard hit, that relief is so critical. And I think we would have until the end of December 31st, 2024 to utilize those funds. So certainly the relief that we've been waiting for months now. So that's good news, and it's happening this week. The only other two things I want to mention was following up on what Chris said, which is the meeting with the Superior Court. As you know, we had a pretty heated battle a few months ago about the new potential courthouses, but that's kind of, it didn't end up to where we wanted it to, but it didn't make the issue of access to justice to South County go away. And there's been residents who continue to travel long hours or an inability to have access to the courts because they don't know how to file documents online, or the pandemic has made it more difficult with restrictions and then closed hours at the court. But the new presiding judge, Judge Culver and Pamela Butler, we reached out to them and they were willing to meet with us to give us an update on what's happening with the courts, but also talk about future plans this year about opening more services, perhaps in family law, small claims, and traffic, and remodeling the old King City courthouse. So there's some hope there. We want to be realistic that it's going to be gradual and slow, and it's based on a budget and resources. But nonetheless, there's I think a new commitment and a recognition that South County needs more access to court services and made easier by having some open door there more regularly in South County. So I hope that will work out and that we could partner more on that effort. So thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for your leadership on that. And lastly, it was really a beautiful day, and I felt so proud. One of my proudest moments was being there last Saturday and seeing thousands, literally thousands of farm workers come in excited, looking forward to getting their vaccination. There was a lot of speculation statewide about fears and doubts about whether farm workers would get vaccinated. You did not see that day. They were there wanting to get their vaccinated. There was a greater demand than there were vaccines available. It got booked by Tuesday, days in advance, with employers signing up their workers. The parking lots were very full, and I want to thank all the volunteers who came out. Dominic Dursa of Assemblyman Robert Riva's office was there all day, Supervisor Lopez, all my team as well. We did a 10-hour shift. It was exhausting, but we were there because the farm workers deserve to have the best service as well. Whether it's getting vaccinated inside the hall or outside, having the ease of getting in and out. Luckily, we had an overflow parking lot, but literally it was that full. But it's going to happen every Saturday now. Again, this Saturday at the Rodeo grounds, and then I think it's going to switch over to the fairgrounds in King City for a couple weeks. But these will be ongoing mass vaccinations for farm workers, and this is the moment we've been waiting for. And so I look forward, me and my team will continue to volunteer every Saturday out there to make sure farm workers can get vaccinated, hopefully with the greatest ease, and we will get better. We learned some few lessons last Saturday, but we will get better as we proceed. So thank you very much. And I know this Saturday we're going to get a few more volunteers to help us out with parking, so critical. But the story of Monterey County was that when we got the vaccines, we're putting them in people's arms, and our workers, and in partnership with Clínica del Valle de Salinas, de Salud del Valle de Salinas, and the grower shippers partnered to really make this happen at the Salinas Rodeo grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I have a couple things to announce. Now on Wednesday, March 17th at 5:30 via Zoom, I will be hosting a presentation about our county budget process for members of the community who are interested in learning more about the county budget and the process by which the budget gets put into effect by the board. So anyone who'd be interested in joining us is welcome to tune in via Zoom to join us on March 17th. And then on March 31st, we'll be having a conversation about what racial equity looks like and about the county's work to engage in governing for racial equity. So again, that'll be on Zoom on March 31st at 5:30, and everyone is welcome to join us, learn more, and engage in the conversation. I want to announce that Community Hospital of Monterey Peninsula is hosting vaccine clinics next week, specifically holding appointments for people over the age of 65 and older who live in the 93933 and 93955 zip codes. There are still appointments as of this morning when I checked. So if you have a friend or a neighbor or a loved one and you're able to reach out to them and help them navigate the appointment system to get their appointment scheduled, that would be for anyone living in Seaside, Marina, East Garrison, CSUMB, or CN City. So I wanted to, again, get the word out and fill those appointments up. Also wanted to just recognize it is Women's History Month, and as we've been thinking about, historical moments in women's history in Monterey County, I think it is noteworthy to realize that in 2021, we have many women leaders here who are in fact making history today. 3 of our 12 mayors in the county, Ana Velasquez, Marianne Carbone, and Allison Kerr, are the first women to serve as mayor in their city. Here in Salinas, Kimberly Craig is the second woman in 150 years of the city's history to serve as mayor. Ana Caballero was our first elected mayor of the city of Salinas and the first woman elected to serve as the Senator of California Senate District 12. We also have some of our county elected department heads, Rupa Shah, Mary Zeeb, and Janine Paccioni, who are the first women serving in their respective roles here at the county. So I just want to reflect and recognize recognize that we've made so much progress, but really there's so much progress yet to be made in terms of making history for women and really creating opportunities for women in leadership. And then finally, I just want to reiterate the comments that were made by my colleagues around the need to continue getting tested. We have capacity for free testing for coronavirus at multiple locations throughout the county. If you have the ability to go take advantage of one of those free testing appointments, please go take a friend. It's absolutely critical that we keep our testing numbers up, both so that we can compete with the state's reopening guidelines, but also so that we can continue tracking and preventing the spread of COVID here in Monterey County. So please spread the word, promote testing, and we will all get through this a little bit faster if we can all do that together. So I think those were all of our board comments today. I will pass the microphone over to CAO Charles McKee for any county administrative officer comments and referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 referrals to report today. The first is from Supervisor Adams looking to create an ordinance to enforce parking restrictions along Scenic Drive in Carmel, in the unincorporated area of Carmel. And everybody knows from this area the beauty of Scenic Drive, and it's really nice to be able to go there and look out at the ocean, but it's obviously also a big challenge for the residents that live there. They, having to deal with the constant parking in areas that create challenges both for safety as well as just for the not obeying the laws that are there for the no parking. So we're going to have that referred over to Public Works and the County Council, and appreciate the City of Carmel also looking to partner with us in enforcing those regulations outside of their boundaries. The other is a reopening of a referral from Supervisor Alejo. It was inadvertently, or I guess inappropriately closed, which was a referral to look at the feasibility of consolidating the youth center and the new juvenile hall. Although the probation department did put forward a memorandum on that, the issue and looking at the feasibility of it is still something that we can look into, and we'll work with the chief probation officer at looking at that feasibility of having that consolidation, recognizing the populations that are there as well as the challenges associated with it. And I see that Supervisor Alejo's hand is up on this item also. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment on this referral because this was originally filed back in 2017, when Supervisor Simon Salinas was still here, as we both represent East Salinas. But it was put on hold, obviously, because of the juvenile hall project and then the issues that that project has had from the beginning. And when Chief Parsons was here, she asked me if they could hold off on moving forward because of those reasons, and I obviously agreed because of the issues. But now that we have our new probation chief, Keating, with us, we look forward to doing this analysis now. Yeah, it was inadvertently closed. It shouldn't have, because as a maker of the referral, I was not even aware of this until recently. But you know, now that we're almost complete with this new juvenile hall, even in its downsized capacity, the right time has come for us to really look at whether the youth center, the quote-unquote youth center, is more of another juvenile hall facility in East Salinas off Sanborn, and I believe Circle Drive, I think it is. And the new juvenile hall, it's a modern facility. It could house up to 80, has 80 beds. And currently in our juvenile hall, we've had significant decline in youth incarceration. Currently at our youth center, there's only 23 youth, where before I think we had up to over 80. And right now at our juvenile hall, there's only 25. That's the current census. So that's only 48. And at our youth center, when I did a visit during that time, I made the referral. I believe the numbers to operate a youth center with staffing and administration and the overhead cost was, I believe it's $13 million. And if we're looking at 23 youth that still remain there, a very low population, that's almost $565,000 per youth that is being spent to keep that juvenile hall open. And certainly when we're having more limited resources, I think it's important to look at efficiencies and money saved, but perhaps it could be invested in other wraparound services in the community to keep youth from even going into the juvenile hall or the youth center in the first place. And also it's an important timing also because the state has ordered the youth prisons under the Department of Juvenile Justice, DJJ, to close in June 30th, 2023. So that's where communities are now looking at what are going to be the other ways to serve youth that are sentenced for long periods of time and perhaps keep them locally rather than sending them to places like Chatty Youth Prison in Stockton, where many Monterey County youth used to go. That will not be an option for Monterey County in the future. So for all these different reasons, it's appropriate time to do an analysis, perhaps a comprehensive study, cost-benefit analysis on running the facility, how much the county would save, but how could we better, more importantly, how could we better serve youth from even being incarcerated in the first place? Salinas and Monterey County have made some great strides with all our different partners, should take credit for the significant declines in violent crime, youth incarceration. But I think the moment is here for us to do this. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. CAO Charles McKee, was there anything else that you had comment-wise?
Nope, no
okay,
comments. Thank
fabulous. You. All right, so I do believe we need to go out to public comment for CAO comments. And this would be anything specific to the comments made by our CAO. We do have one call-in user number 1 who is here for public comment. If we could.
This is for general public comment. Is this the right time?
No, we're not quite there yet. Hang tight, we're close. Okay, with that, we will close public comment on the CAO comments and open public comment. So we can take our first caller who is just joined us. And if you just push *6, caller number 1, we'll take your public comment now. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. Wireless internet in the Board of Supervisors chambers is an access barrier to me. When the county first mentioned wireless internet at a planning commission meeting several years ago, I protested at the meeting that this would block my access to the hearing chambers. But on June 20th, 2013, it was announced that Wi-Fi had been installed in the board chambers, and I wrote to CAO Lou Bauman and protested this, asking for disabled accommodation. He didn't take any action. I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivities. I'm not the only one in the county. There are many others that are. And I experienced disabling health effects from the exposure to the EMF emissions of Wi-Fi, cell towers, and wireless devices. I recently discovered that the Brown Act prohibits inaccessible facilities to disabled people in Section 54961. This is inaccessible facilities that are used for public meetings. You're getting a chamber audiovisual and broadcast system upgrade, and I request that you wire the chamber's internet, converting the internet in the chambers to wired internet, so that the Board of Supervisors chambers is accessible to me again, as it was years ago. Secondly, I'd like to mention that the last agenda for the last meeting was not posted. I went to the board website during the weekend. I can't remember whether it was Saturday or even Friday night, and there was no agenda posted. I didn't check it again, so I assumed that since there was no agenda, there was no meeting, and then I found out in the paper during the week that there had been a meeting. So if there is a revision to the agenda, I request that the unrevised agenda stays on the county website until the very moment that the revised agenda is posted, so that there's no mistake and the public has access to meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you for joining us and for your comments today. I do see one public comment in the audience.
This is, well, good morning. I was here at the last meeting. Supervisor Askew, and I am a county commissioner right now, and I work very hard for this county, and I work very hard to represent the people in Region 9, District 4, I'm sorry, District 4. And District 4 is where most of the African American community lives, and where they don't have the services that are needed. This process here is not very good for the public. It's very limited, and like I said before, we don't have access to the internet services so that we can do all this fancy stuff. And it limits people's right to be able to speak and to be able to talk about their situations. We have more homeless African Americans now, our adrenaline community here in Monterey County, than before. People are being put out of their housing and told, well, just take some pictures of your belongings and your apartment and maybe you'll get them back. We have no real legal services here for African American people, and that is a crime. We are supposed to be Americans, and we are being treated worse than Americans. We really need help here. I have traveled this country as a wife of a veteran. I have traveled this country ever since the closure of the base, speaking up for the services that are needed here in this county. And I know that my remarks have helped to bring in multiple dollars that are not being used for our community. So the process needs to change for the better, not the worse. This is the worst. This is the worst. The services are very limited. The utilities are robbing us. We can't even get people on the phone because they're being paid to work in their homes, and they don't even have customer service skills. I hope that you take these comments seriously. If there is some other method that I need to take to get across to the Board of Supervisors and whoever is in the seat of responsibility, if there is any other process that needs to be taken to bring attention to our community besides referring us to one organization on the peninsula, I wish somebody would tell me, because what is happening now is a crime, especially with housing.
Thanks for joining us today, Lavon. We have a few more comments here in the chambers. Thank you for your patience too, waiting for this item to come up.
Hi, my name is Malika Velasquez. I am, well, I should say formally, a small business owner here. I started my business in 2019, very proud of myself. It was going to be a slow ramp up because I work in lending. Unfortunately, the coronavirus killed that. Since that time, I have applied for positions because with having a special needs son, I can only work at night. I am continually told over and over that I'm overqualified for these positions because of my degrees, or that, well, once, you know, everything goes back to normal, you won't stay. Most people aren't going to, but whatever. I've applied for unemployment. I have been awaiting benefits for a year. I've been to the appeals and actually won that and still have not received benefits. In this time, I have gone back to the Housing Authority. Over the years, I've gone to the Housing Authority regarding Section 8 and regarding possibly renting a room when my son was a baby to renting rooms now that he's older, and I've been told that you cannot rent rooms on Section 8. I know for a fact that this is a lie, and I have gotten as far up as the supervisors and have been told this, yet I know of people that live in Carmel, that work in Carmel, that work as maids and other positions that are actually on Section 8 at the properties they work at. I know of people that rent rooms in what people say is former Fort Ord. I still call it Fort Ord. I know people there that are renting rooms on Section 8. I know moms that are renting multiple rooms for them and their children in residence here in Monterey County. I am at the point now, because of everything that has happened to this virus, that I need housing, and yet since going back to 2011, I am constantly told that you cannot rent a room, and it is a lie, and I want this addressed by the county supervisors. I want someone to contact me to let me know why I am being told I cannot rent a room when I know of people that are actually doing so on Section 8, especially now that I need it, the system that I've been paying into since I was 19 to now help me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Nick Chilis just stepped aside, but could we get your contact information written down so that we can follow up? Thank you. All right, next up. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson, and first I'd like to extend condolences to Sergio about his mother. At Salinas City Council, he spoke often about his early days in California, and she deserves our thanks for bringing him here, and through him and his brothers for contributing positively to our community. This is March, and March marks the 7th anniversary of when Mr. Phillips suggested we send homeless veterans to Chinatown, thereby making two problems worse. We've made a lot of progress since then. We've got the Goodnight Inn that's already functioning. We've got projects in Salinas and Seaside. So we're going the right direction, but we still need to go further. Housing First has proven to be the most successful way to deal with our homeless population, because once you get a roof over somebody, then they can deal with treatment for whatever the problem is, or just if they just don't have enough money and they just need help getting a job. So we're moving forward, but we need to go further still. Since I've got a moment, Mr. Phillips mentioned a community meeting, and I live in District 2, and I knew nothing about that meeting. And tomorrow night I got a homeowners association meeting. I'm going to find out if it's, you know, just me or if nobody knew. District 2 supervisors tend to forget that most of the population of District 2 is in Salinas. We're part of District 2, and it would be nice if we were notified about meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you all for joining us today. I don't see any other comments here in chambers. Are there any other public comments on Zoom or via phone? If so, please raise your hand. We have one hand raised from Katie Bassler. Katie, we'll give you permission to unmute. We also have your written correspondence here, just so you know we've got it on the record. But please, thank you. Thank you for joining us. We've got 3 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much for your time. Good morning. My name is Katie Bassler, and I represent the certificated staff of the Salinas Union High School District as the president of the Salinas Valley Federation of Teachers. My comments today are a request for support from the Board of Supervisors to assist in the establishment of a dedicated point of distribution or pod for vaccines for our educators. Other districts, though much smaller than ours, have been able to establish these pods, while our educators are spending their time looking for random appointments online, having them be canceled, and then panicking, or otherwise scheduling them through just word of mouth. And this is unacceptable. The state has prioritized school districts returning to in-person instruction, though SB 86 did not include vaccination as a requirement for reopening, putting educators at risk. We can all recognize that there's a shortage of vaccines, but while we recognize that there is a shortage, we also must recognize that there isn't a clear system to deliver vaccine to priority to groups such as educators. This isn't to diminish the value of any other priority group. I celebrate all community members being vaccinated, but if we want schools to reopen safely in person, educators need to be prioritized. Therefore, the educators of Salinas Union High School District request that the Board of Supervisors prioritize the establishment of pods for our district educators so that schools may reopen safely. Educators have risen to each and every challenge during this pandemic, and it's essential that they be protected and respected now. Thank you for your time and commitment to the safety of our community, and continue to practice the healthy masking and hand washing so that we can control COVID spread. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you for your comments, Katie, and thank you for your work to get all of our local educators vaccinated. Seeing no further public comment, we will close public comment. And move along to item number 11, which is our 10:30 a.m. scheduled matter. Item number 11 is adopting a resolution amending Article 5 of the Monterey County Master Fee Resolution relating to parks user fees for park use, enforcement, and rentals effective April 8th. Looks like we have a presentation from Sean Eberly and Donna Luna of our Community Services District. And I will just note the time, it is 11:44. This is listed as a 30-minute presentation, but if we could keep the presentation to a manageable amount of time, that it does allow for some board conversation and questions so that we can get everyone out to lunch break on time, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I'm Sean Ellerby, Assistant Director for Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Department. It's hard to believe that 2 years has passed since the last park user fee article update. During the past 2 years, we have received feedback from our park patrons and staff regarding the changes we made in the last park user fee article update, as well as we received requests for consideration of new fee items. Where possible, staff has incorporated this feedback in the recommended changes being presented today. This item was brought to the Parks Commission at their December 3rd, 2020 meeting, and the Parks Commission voted in support of staff's recommendation. It should be noted that Supervisor Adams abstained since this item would be coming to the full board for consideration. I am joined today by Donna Luna, who is the management analyst that supports parks. Donna has reviewed the changes in the revenue receipts since the last fee article update. She's performed a comprehensive review of other park jurisdictions across the state, as well as within our Tri-County area, and will be presenting a brief PowerPoint summarizing the changes recommended today. Attachment A to the report provides the detailed description of the recommended changes. Should you have any questions regarding the fees for WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, the President and General Manager, John Narigi, is available along with his Operations Manager, Lavon Chen.
Layla Decker, the general manager for Base Camp, our third-party management company operating the resort and recreational area at Lake Nacimiento, is also available. At this time, I will turn it over for Donna to provide the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Askew and Supervisors. Today I'm here to present the summary of recommended changes. Under Section 1 Administration Fees, we have removed the processing fee as a separate line item and added this fee to the applicable other fees such as annual passes, picnic area rentals, and building rentals. We've streamlined these fees so they're easily understood and more transparent. Laguna Seca fees have been consolidated into a separate section. Under Section 2 day use fees, we've reinstated a vehicle day use entry fee, which will help alleviate the backups at the entry gate. We've introduced 2 new passes. One is a Scholastic Special Use Annual Pass for students, and the second is a Los Robles Equestrian Day Use Camp Pass for the equestrians that bring their horses out to the lake. Next slide. Section 3 and 4 under the picnic area and building rental fees, we've reinstated vehicle passes with reserved areas. This was done based on the occupancy, and it was something many patrons asked for. At Lake San Antonio, we are converting the Oak Room building as designating it as a community room for campers. At San Lorenzo Park, the Portola building is going to be designated as a community room for campers in that park. The depot will be free for use when someone reserves 10 full hookup sites for 2 or more nights. The De Anza building will be available when they reserve 15 full hookup sites for 2 or more nights. And the De Anza building will be free when there's 30 or more campsites reserved for 2 or more nights. This will be able to be marketed to the large RV groups. Under Section 7, lodging fees, we've reduced the lodging fees at Lake San Antonio by 30% to promote a higher usage. Section 8, Laguna Seca recreational area. Because Laguna Seca is tied to the tourism on the Monterey Peninsula, their fees end up being a little bit different than all the other parks. So we've consolidated them all into one section. The camping fees are now being separated into a high and low season, and it'll also have a weekend and weekday rates. The racetrack fees have been increased based on track rental demand and to align fees with other facilities. We've also introduced a package rate for all decibel levels. We've designated market rate fees for outside services to allow for full recuperation of county costs. It is we are asking for board approval to adopt a resolution to amend Article 5 of the Monterey County Master Fee Resolution relating to park user fees for park use, enforcement, and rentals effective April 8th, 2021, and to authorize the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Director or designee to make non-substantive modifications as to formatting only. Thank you, and we're now available for questions.
Thank you for the presentation and for the work on this item. I'll bring it to the board for any questions or comments. Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. I have one series of questions, but some practical things I wanted to ask. First of all, can you just tell me, it looks like the staff was working to make each fee, what each fee is, so that people have a little more clarity. But there are so many different fees that I'm wondering if you can tell me first off about which other agencies and counties you compared our fees with.
So go ahead.
That's okay. And I was going to say, why did you select those, and are they equivalent in terms of the demographics of the residents?
So when we looked at most of the fees, we went to all 58 counties and we did a comparison at that point of the day use fees, the annual passes. We tried to look at the picnic areas of what they offer and what those fees would be. For photography and the special event pricing, we looked at more of the local communities. So we looked at Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, San Benito County, and I also looked at San Luis Obispo County.
So all neighboring counties, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Okay. You know, obviously this is tough because aside from Laguna Seca and the lakes, I think I want to see all the parks free. I mean, that's really the way that I wish that it could be. I do worry too about the equity of access for the least advantaged residents that we have. It's really tough. I know we need to be able to cover the cost to own and operate our parks, but it's always a concern to see costs going up, knowing what people are going through and how many people, you know, the park is the only backyard that they have. But I think we need to continue the discussion on other options for generating revenue and doing a similar comparison with other counties on how they fund their parks. And I don't know whether or not when you were doing your assessment and talking to all of the other counties and specifically our neighboring counties, if you had the opportunity to ask them how they funded their parks?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. One of the things that I was chatting with one of a regular park user about is that she said that she loves to use the parks, but that she found all of the extra add-ons feeling like she was getting nickel and dimed, and she'd rather just know what the one fee is, and you can go have a picnic and you can go do this and you don't have to pay to go to the bathroom, which will probably be the next thing that we look at. But at any rate, I'm wondering whether you had given any kind of consideration or looked at the possibility of just having it be, you know, not like a lifetime pass or a yearly pass, but here's what it's going to cost if you want to go in and use all of the amenities of the park.
And that's what we've done by eliminating the processing fee. We've moved it into just the regular fees. So if you want to go into the park, if you're a walk-in, it's $2. If you're coming in a vehicle with four or less, it's going to be, I believe it's $10. And if you're coming in a bigger SUV or a larger passenger van, it's $15. There are no added fees to that.
You don't have to pay to go have your picnic? You don't have to pay for a picnic site?
If you pay for a picnic site, depending on if you take a reservable, then the mini sites are now going to be $60. Again, we took the processing fee and added it to the $50, and it's $60. There's no additional fees. And the only additional fee there could possibly be now is the credit card fee, which is charged by our third-party vendor that handles all our fees, and that's a separate charge that we have to pay. They pay so that the county doesn't.
So if you go in with your family, it's a family of 4 in a car, you pay $10 essentially. I think that's what you had said. Yeah. And then you can just go find a picnic table and have a picnic without having to pay more. But if you have your dog, you have to pay $2 more.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
The only reason you would pay for a picnic area is if you want it reserved. We have lots. So if you go to Toro, there's a lot of areas you can go into and they're all free. But if you want a reservable one, then you would have to pay for the reserve.
And then how do you enforce that?
When they go into the gate, when they go in and they pay, if they don't reserve a site, we have staff that do go around and they double check to make sure who should be in those reservable sites.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I really applaud your work on this. It was the most complex and confusing set of numbers I've ever looked at over the past few years in my role as a parks commissioner. But you know, it's a lot of work. I guess the last thing that I want to say though is that for a couple of reasons, my colleagues do not share this thought with me. The general manager of Laguna Seca, I think we should pull Laguna Seca out 100% and have those fees determined with a different kind of matrix, because it's not like any other park It's not like any of the parks in Monterey County or any of the parks in San Luis Obispo or Santa Cruz, maybe the Watsonville Speedway, but I don't think so, or the other areas. So I quite frankly feel that, like looking at the camping kinds of things, that we're really lowballing it. But that's just my opinion, and I don't think I have, that's just my opinion. But I do have a very specific thing that I want to make sure that we get back into within the Laguna Seca effort. And I don't know if you want to take that now, or if you want to hear comments from other people about the other parks, and then we'll come back to Laguna Seca. It's really up to you which way you'd like to do that.
First, I will say that Laguna Seca was reviewed by John Marici,
Mm-hmm.
and he, like for the camping, him and I pretty much went to the same sites for what we reviewed, and we kind of came up with the same one. But I'll let John respond to anything that has to do with Laguna Seca.
Okay, I that would be fine. Thank you.
You want me to comment now, or do you want me to wait?
Why don't you wait until we have a little more discussion, and then we'll come to you for questions. I'm not running this show. I'm just the supervisor who's speaking at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, but I am conscious of the responsibility that you have with Laguna Seca, and the different way that we have been looking at this, and how we can make this just such a viable part of the hospitality industry in Monterey County, because it's just like a gem, and I'm so always worried about how we're going to handle it. But I've been, as I've said 100 times, when we brought you on, it was, in my opinion, because you know what you're doing as far as hospitality goes, and I think that's really important. And with that in mind, there's a comment that I want to make sure we get back in to the language on the fee structure with Laguna Seca, because it absolutely impacts the ability to be able to negotiate wisely on getting in good contracts. And that was and I can give you the language now, Donna, if you want to accept this, or I can wait and see, Sean, how we want to do this, if I should make an amendment to the staff's amendment, or I would be happy to make a motion to approve the entire package with the amendment that I want to add in. Now, I've not given my colleagues any opportunity to speak, so maybe that should happen before I come forward with my the amendment, which is just a very small thing about management having the opportunity to adjust rates within the set fee rate per season and the decibel level, due to the need to reschedule and shift things around because of things that are beyond our control, like weather, COVID-related issues, etc. I've got specific language, but I think maybe everybody else should have a chance to speak before I move forward with that. So I do have a motion on the floor. I've not received a second to it, so we'll just see what happens next.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Adams. So I've got a hand up from Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree with Supervisor Adams a little bit. It's been always my view that our parks, our general parks, now leaving aside Laguna Seca and the lakes when you're taking boats and things in, but my feeling's always been that our parks, the people are paying taxes, and that should be something that they get to use a park and not have to pay. And I know that's not something we can do now, and I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench. That's just my bias, because I think it impacts the low income people, the people that we would want to get out to use the parks, more than it does the other ones. And I realize what Sean Ellaby is saying, we got to pay for our services, and I recognize that, and I recognize the argument, well, it's a user fee. The people that don't use it shouldn't be paying for it, but I tend to agree or disagree with that. And I like to see us, even if we shift our priorities and and especially with this big push during COVID to get more people out into the parks and exercising. That's a direction I know when we were kids growing up, and we had pretty good sized parks, but they were more city parks. But I mean, that was the safe place for us to go to get the exercise and get the things we needed. So that's just my bias. But outside of that, I don't have an objection to the thing. I'm interested to see what Supervisor Adams' motion is. So thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for me, I echo some of the comments from Supervisor Phillips. I don't see parks as profit centers. I get the desire to want to try to make them break even, and the ability to make sure that certain services we're able to recapture our costs to provide those to our community. But I do have some concerns that I want to make sure that we as a board are aware of and are able to address through this process. Those two concerns are, one, I know we had an issue in the past with high school groups, specifically I'm thinking track cross country, using San Lorenzo Park and making them carry a pass around their neck, and all these things. I think we should make that free. I think there's no question that that sort of activity is exactly what our parks are intended for and should not come with a cost to youth sports groups, specifically using them for practice. It's something that has not sat well with me for the last 4 or 5 years as it's been an issue, and I think this is our chance to rectify that. And the second is discounted rates for school groups, specifically thinking of the Civil War reenactment, which happens in our park every year. And I know there's always questions about who's bringing food in and liability. And again, it's a school providing the event, and I think we should have a severely reduced fee, if any, for that sort of event, or at least the flexibility within the contract to allow those park managers to make those decisions. And so I want to make sure that those concerns and questions are on the record, and if staff has any responses, I'd love to hear.
Yes, Supervisor Lopez, Sean Ellerby. There is discretion depending on what is being planned to go into the park via a special event application, as well as the Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks also has discretion under the fee article for issuing discounts as well as any fee waivers. So there is some flexibility with regards to how certain groups might be treated. The concern would also be, in doing so, that it's consistent across all park and facilities, and that being cautious, not setting precedents that we don't mean to.
Thank you, Sean. I think my feeling is that giving kids a place to run is a good precedence to set with no cost. So that's where I'm sitting at this point. But thank you for the response. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Alejo, did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation?
No, I'm supportive of this, and I don't know what, just speaking to Supervisor Adams's concerns, I'm not sure what it's trying to achieve, because I'm reading the proposal, and Laguna Seca Recreation Center Section A is already separated, and they make some changes there. It's they're based on the demand during the tourism season. It varies. Household pet charges are increased. Camping rates are separated into the high season and low season, weekday versus weekend. The tent camping is removed because the fees are based on the campground. So it's already separate. So I don't know what the issue about separating Laguna Seca, when it specifically states that it's separated, and they have a different formula for fees for that recreation center.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I'll add in a couple of my thoughts. And I really appreciate the comments from Supervisor Adams and Phillips and Lopez with intent to make our parks open and available and welcome access of our Monterey County children and youth. I would be very comfortable and would prefer to see a fee structure that does not charge any fees for children to access our parks. Right now, as it currently is listed, children 0 to age 4 are free, and children age 5 to 10 with valid student IDs are a discounted $1. I have a 9-year-old. He doesn't have a student ID, so I'm not sure how that would be enforced. And I think my preference would really be that we make our parks open and free without any fee for children to be able to access. And it sounds like there may be a majority of the board with that desire. I also had a question about the language around disabled veterans included in the military. I think it says day use fees for active duty, retired military, and disabled veterans. If we're including all active duty and retired armed forces, that would by default include disabled veterans? Am I missing something in that language? I guess that's a question for staff.
Donna, do you want to address that?
Yeah, I'm going over to it. So when we did it, we were trying to cover it all. And I don't know enough about the veterans to know if a disabled would cover a retired one as well. I don't know. So it was language that I actually carried over from the previous version. So.
Okay, thank you for just clarifying that. So my understanding would be anyone who's active duty or retired military, anyone who's affiliated with the armed forces would be receiving that discounted rate. So I think I see Supervisor Alejo's hand raised, and then I know that Supervisor Adams had the start of a motion, but given the additional conversation, maybe you'd like to make changes to that, Supervisor Adams, and proceed. But we'll go to Supervisor Alejo first, since you have your hand up.
No, Madam Chair, we all know that parks are valued, very important for our well-being, not only during this pandemic, but every day. People really enjoy all our parks. And I specifically, growing up in Watsonville, we had a lot of family gatherings at Royal Oaks Park in North County on Hall Road. So certainly I appreciate how important that is and how that means to our kids. But I would just caution, as chair of the budget committee, when you're on the cuff making changes to a proposal, I would caution doing that without knowing what the price tag is. For our youth and for our families, I would love to healthcare to be free for all. I would like college to be free for all. There's a lot of things that we think should be free to our residents, but when you make a decision like that, you have to figure out, well, if we do that, what's the cost going to be to the county? What's the cost going to be to parks that are already heavily subsidized in the millions of dollars? We have to face it every year in our budget committee. Staff come to us to give more money out of our cannabis account. We have to find more from contingencies for the overruns. Yes, and we've done that because we know that parks are highly valued. But when you make a decision that was being expressed just a few minutes ago on the cuff, we should at least ask staff to get us the numbers and then do an analysis. If we're going to make a change, how much more is that going to cost us? And then what are we going to do to replace it? Because we have to get that funding from somewhere else if we're going to not charge certain fees prospectively. So that's all I'm cautioning is due diligence. It's our fiduciary duty. Parks already, as we're reorganizing parks, are under a lot of financial constraints and a limited ability to carry out capital projects and other things that they would hope to do with their limited staff. So that's what I would just, in my role as a budget committee chair, ask my colleagues to make sure we do that first before making some rapid changes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I have another question for Donna. I see that there are two new passes, the annual passes, and one addresses the issue that I think was raised about like track teams, etc. You indicated that one of the passes, an annual pass, would be the Scholastic Special Use Annual Pass. Would that be something that a school would have or an individual student would have? And what is the cost for each?
So currently, when we did the current fee schedule 2 years ago, King City High School did raise a concern about the annual passes, and we actually reduced their annual passes to $25 per year. And they've purchased 2 years of them consistently. What we did in this one is we actually reduced it even more down to $20 per person. The school did pay for those passes, or a student could. It can go either way. If the school wants to purchase them versus the student, it could go either way.
Okay, and then how much is the equestrian camp day use annual pass?
The equestrian one is going to be $160. And
Okay.
we came up with it because it includes 2 people. It's not just one, so it's 2 people, their horses, and the entry fee all together wrapped in one.
Okay, and then is that equestrian fee the same at Jack's Peak Park?
This one applies specifically to Los Robles. No, I've never had anyone ask for it at Jack's Peak. So I don't know, Shawnee, that might be a question for you. Would it apply?
It would not, I don't think it would apply because we don't have the same amenities at Jack's Peak as we do at the Los Robles Center at North Shore Lake San Antonio. But I don't believe we've been asked any questions with regards to the equestrian in Jack's Peak.
Don't we have an annual fee for equestrians in Jack's Peak?
We do not. We have an annual day use fee. So it could be that they're coming in through the day use fee with their trailers and then using the trails with their horses that way. But we don't have a separate equestrian rate for Jack's.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for all of that. So let's go back to the potential motion, unless Wendy wants to pass one that says they'll all be free, which I think sounds rather appealing. But at any rate, the motion that I would like to make then is to accept the staff analysis, the staff recommendations with the addition of this language inserted into the Laguna Seca component. And that is that management has the ability to adjust rates for the track rental, not to exceed 10 to 15% within the set fee rate per season and the decibel level due to the need to reschedule things based on event scheduling or outside factors due to uncontrollable circumstances like COVID challenges, weather, etc. And that is language that I know that Mr. Narigi would like to see reinserted.
Can I ask a question before we do that? On section 12, on the last page, we did put in language that says director is authorized to establish special rates, discount programs, and/or increase or reduce fees for park facilities for promotional, holiday, or special event purposes. Would that cover it?
Maybe Mr. Narigi can answer
Chair,
that.
may I comment
Yeah, please.
on the
We're just going to point of order from our county council. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody approached our office about the proposed language. The government code requires that all fees for parks be set by resolution by the Board of Supervisors. So I'm not sure that it can be delegated to adjust fees as the supervisor is suggesting. We'd be happy to take a look at it and perhaps provide some appropriate language if it's legal, but I would want to research that and take a look at it before the board moves on it.
So what would you suggest we do, Les?
Well, there are several options. One is you could just accept the staff's report. 2 is you could accept the staff's report with the exception of Laguna Seca and have that come back perhaps next week. So I guess those would be the 2 options, or continue the whole thing for a week and bring it back.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so a couple things here. So we have a motion made by Supervisor Adams with some clarification given by County Council. Supervisor Adams, are you clear on your motion? Are you waiting for a second?
I'm waiting to hear the sort of like the denouement. I see that John Rigi wanted to answer the question that Donna Luna posed, and then I'd like to hear what John Phillips has to say as well. So
Okay.
If we could do that before we make the determination on one of the 2 ways that County Council suggested we go.
Okay, very good. So let's go over to John Norigi to answer your question, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To go to what Mr. Gerard stated, I have no problem with having items approved today as slated. As Shawnee said, I went through the Park Commission process. There was language that Supervisor Adams just read that somehow was not in the final doc. I didn't recognize that till I reviewed the entire packet last night. It is critical that these rates, especially for Laguna Seca and the other parks, gets addressed today. I am happy to work with County Council and provide whatever language or information required to do it the proper way. As you all know, I'm new to this system, so I want to do it right, but I would not suggest postponing moving forward per Mr. Gerard's comments. And I want to thank Supervisor Adams for her support and effort, but I was not aware of all the legality as it relates to a simple amendment. And this amendment would deal strictly with the track. And also going back to the conversation, just for some clarification, the park is different given its location, but really the ability for the operator to have more ability to adjust fees as it relates to the track rental business. Events are fine, as stated by Donna. That's what that language covers. But the track rental, this is just about the track rental business. And frankly, it is a separate business. It's not something you find in parks. And that would probably be a beneficial conversation that I could have with County Council as well to address that at a later date. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity. But the amendment is important as it relates to operating the track in a professional and competitive manner. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Phillips.
First, I just want to clarify.
Yep, go ahead.
So first, I just want to clarify that my support today is for the staff recommendation with the clarification that there is flexibility given to, in this case, I'm assuming that's Randy Ishii, to make cases based on, or make decisions on cases based on his insights on those potential things that might allow for non-precedent setting qualifications of changes. So I appreciate that, Sean. I just wanted to state that and also share that I hope one day we get to a point where maybe we could even accept a doctor's note as a parks pass. You know, I have a lot of doctors who reach out and say, tell kids they need to go to the park and walk and spend time outdoors. So just one more concept I hope that our staff will consider for future applications. I know I've talked to a lot of pediatricians specifically in King City, and that's an idea that we've kicked around a little bit. And I would hope that staff would look at something like that, even if it's a one-time, to make sure that our kids are getting access to our parks and our communities where equity might be a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, so just to be clear, so Supervisor Lopez, you're comfortable with the staff recommendation as it's written?
Correct. Based on Sean's clarification, I think intent is important. So having that on the record is important to me in terms of who has the ability to make the call on those cases.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll move over to Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I guess, but you know, I know I got a lot of calls when from the head of the CIF and everything when we were trying to get the kids out to Toro Park to do a cross country event, and it was a big thing, and I still feel like things like that, like was mentioned by Supervisor Lopez, should be exempt. Not that they have to go and try to talk someone into allowing them there. And your idea or someone's idea about maybe all kids are free at our parks. I agree with Supervisor Leo, though. If we're going to do that, we ought to put it over and look at what the ramifications are. Clearly, we would have to shift some fundings to help maintain our parks. But as far as priorities, I would see other things that I see this valued higher than I do some other things that we're doing in the county. So, but that's a direction I would at least like to explore and see what the financial ramifications and see if we can afford it.
Thank you. So maybe just a question: do we have any information available readily that can be shared about the revenue generated from fees, and do we track that by age of resident?
It is something we can track. I don't have it readily available, but it is something I can get from our reservation system.
Okay. So Supervisor Adams has a motion that we haven't had a second for, so I want to be aware of that. But I would like to, so Supervisor, I'll pass it back to you, Supervisor Adams, and then we can address the secondary issue of the budget ramifications around fees for children.
Well, actually, I'm kind of going back to that to look at that. My hope is that if we were to do that, which I think is a really good idea, we would separate the lakes and Laguna Seca and look at the parks that are really primarily the parks for children. Those are the parks that families and children. Laguna Seca has a specialty, and the lakes are just a money pit that, once you throw that in, I mean, we've been subsidizing those two parks to the tune of millions and millions of dollars for 15 years. We've been doing that. Every park could be free if we weren't saddled with those two, money sucks. So I have found this to be the most frustrating circumstance that we've ever dealt with as far as looking at parks, because it's the kids who are not getting the opportunity to use parks for free because of the two lakes and not Laguna Seca necessarily. That's working on it's a profit, making a profit. But with the other two parks, it's just killing us.
Madam Chair, perhaps a resolution here is to accept staff recommendation at this time with direction to staff to go back and look at some of the options and opportunities to address the concerns that many of the board members raised and interests that many of the board members raised, talk about the costs associated with it. For example, having minors or kids under a certain age free, all those pieces, and what do we do? What is the usage now? Data on the usage now with the youth, as well as what the ultimate cost would be to implement the various proposals that were talked about today. But pass the staff recommendation, then we can come back and adjust it if needed.
Thank you, CAO McKee. Okay, so that's a recommendation. We still don't have a second on the motion that had been initiated by Supervisor Adams, but I have hands raised by Supervisor Lopez and Alejo, and we do still need to go out to a public comment on this item. So Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. No, we haven't made the investments that we need to in the lakes in order to make them profitable. And I saw Nathan Merkel was here earlier, and he's been working really hard to get those investments from grants to really modernize those parks. And the challenges we face there are significant. They're not due to anything other than lack of investment over the decades. And I know that we always make just enough to fill the gap, but if we're really going to invest in the parks and invest in the South County communities, that's what we're talking about. So I just wanted to clarify that I don't see them as a money suck. And if we're talking about making sure that our communities have access, it includes those parks, especially for kids. I just wanted that on the record. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I wanted to respond also to the previous comments. The South County lakes are valued treasure of Monterey County, and we're fortunate to be able to have those assets. They're not only our reservoirs, our major sources of water for the Salinas Valley, but they're beloved places for people to recreate. When I grew up, my family couldn't afford to go to Yosemite and to a lot of other places. We could afford to go to Lake San Antonio, and those are all our childhood memories. People who didn't have much opportunity and didn't have the ability to go far and recreate like many other Californians did. this was our limited ability because it was close by, it was affordable. It was so I do want to set the record straight that they are valued parts of our park system. And I think anybody who's gone there and spent some time there would attest that they are special places. They are big properties. They have facilities that need to be maintained. That's why when we talk about removing certain fees, people want to have parks, but they want to have them maintained right. They want the trails to be maintained, the bathrooms, the showers. There's all these other requirements that go with it. And once you start taking off fees, it's hard to then impose them down the road. And I've known that once you create certain expectations and then you try to put them back because you're under financial constraints, especially during when hard economic times hit, that's when local governments, rethink their previous decisions because now they've placed themselves in a difficult situation. Decisions we make now, it's not only for how we feel now about how we are in terms of our fiscal status, but also how we're going to be when the hardest of economic times hit and when those costs are still ongoing, then they don't go away. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take this out to public comment. For anyone who's joined us and would like to share in public comment, please raise your hand on Zoom and we will call on you. I have Cesar Laura will give you permission to share your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council and also with MILPA. And I haven't heard the timeliness of this decision, and I would recommend that the Board of Supervisors actually take this back and apply a racial equity lens through this process. I want to echo some of the comments that Supervisor Alejo said and Supervisor Lopez around quality of life is really important. And for all of you that know me, I might not look like it, but I used to be a cross-country statistician in high school, statistician, not a runner, and saw the value of our county parks. And when my parents couldn't afford to take me to Yosemite, they took me to the lakes down south in South County. So I want to ask the Board of Supervisors to really take this back and apply a racial equity lens, because your zip code should not dictate your life expectancy, and part of that life expectancy is access to parks. And for at least the South County, county parks are crucial. So that's my comments, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for joining us, Cesar, and thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments on this item today? We have one in the audience.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Peterson. I hadn't planned on speaking to this, but there's so much. First, I'd like to agree with Mary Adams and the others, the parks should be free. And we really need to get the people out to the parks who can't afford to go to the parks, especially places like Toro Park. Regarding finances, Santa Clara County, a couple years ago in an election, renewed a property tax source. So if it's working well enough to be renewed in an election, it's working. Also, Santa Clara County basically farms out a lot of their stuff. I have spent many years working in the velodrome program there. I founded the board of directors, spent 20 minutes on the board of directors, and they produced sweatshirts. And the cost to the county of not a world-class facility, but a pretty good facility is just a little bit of ranger time and a little bit of trash pickup time. That's all. And it's a very successful program, and it doesn't cost the county much at all. East Bay Regional Park District, as a special district, also has a funding source like that, property taxes. I believe San Mateo County does, but I'm not sure. I know there are other entities around here using property taxes or sales tax. Next, disabled veterans. Anybody who listens to me knows I'm a disabled veteran. It all depends how you define disabled veteran and other details. I can get in Pinnacles National Park for free, Yosemite National Park for free, spectacular places like Yellowstone. I have to pay Arroyo Seco because it's a contractor. I get a discount on camping. but this little card gets me in a lot of really neat places for free. It doesn't get me in a state park for free because they use a different definition of disabled veteran. Go figure. It doesn't get me in county parks for free because we use a different, we follow the state definition. And there was one other thing, there was so much there. But basically, I would suggest waiting a week or two and putting this for further study. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no further public comment, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. I heard that this may be a time-sensitive issue from John Narigi. Is that, maybe, Charles, does this need to be approved today?
I'm not aware of the need, but it's, you know, the urgency, but I heard Mr. Narigi say that, but I don't know about if Ms. Lunar or Ms. Ellery have a comment on that.
Staff, is there any comment on how?
Well, at this time, you know, it's been
2 years.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. And John, was there an urgency that you were looking for to have this approved today?
Yes, because especially for the track rentals, those rates were to be in effect by January 1st. I was unaware that of the complete process. So currently I am running track at 2020 rates. So that is my sense of urgency only, Madam Chair.
Got it. So I'd be comfortable. Go ahead, Sean Everly. What?
The same urgency is also with our third-party management company that manages the resort and recreation area at Lake Nacimiento. They're in the process of taking reservations. And so they were looking forward to this fee article a little earlier than where we are right now.
Got it. So I think what I'm prepared to do would be to make a motion to adopt the resolution for the Article 5 of the Monterey County Master Fee Resolution relating to parks user fees, with the exception of the day use fees for our regional parks, and ask staff to bring that back for additional consideration with additional budgetary details around the revenue for day use fees so that we can continue that conversation. So I'll put that motion out on the table. And if there isn't a second, if there's another suggestion for how we can proceed today, I'm open to that as well.
I'll just move staff recommendation.
Friendly amendment to staff recommendation. Supervisor Alejo, would you consider also directing staff to work with the health department to do an equity analysis to make recommendations for future schedules for the county?
Yes.
Okay, then I'd be willing to second that.
Perfect. We've got a motion from Supervisor Alejo, a second from Supervisor Lopez for staff recommendation, adding a request for the health department to review the fees with an equity lens and bring back further recommendations for consideration by this board.
So
further discussion.
Like,
it looks like we've got further discussion from Supervisor Adams and then Supervisor Phillips.
yeah. So the only reason that it troubles me is that I feel like we've picked out one thing that we're going to look at. And I feel like there are other things that need looking at. We're doing it on the fly, like we said we didn't want to have to do. Just a comment.
And Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what I'm voting on. I feel more comfortable if I realize there's some urgency, but I mean, I feel more comfortable putting over a week and at least passing some of it that is necessary for time sensitive, but at least get the monetary report back of what any change would be. So.
Are you offering a secondary motion, Judge Phillips?
I don't know.
If you make that a motion, a substitute motion, I would second that. It makes sense, just 1 week.
We don't have time.
Okay,
if I might,
so we have a motion.
I see Sean saying we got a problem with even going a week, so go ahead.
Yes, Supervisor Phillips. We don't have time to bring this back by next week, and then following week, there is no board meeting. And then the meeting after that, April 6th, is a budget hearing. So this would actually then be delayed till mid-April.
All right.
I have another question then for Sean, please.
So Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. So Sean, if we go ahead and just take the staff recommendation today, how locked in are we on this? Does this mean that, okay, for the next year we have to do this, or do we have time to come back, get further information, like what happens, if we do start to allow all children in for free, so that we have the opportunity to make change, say in 3 months or 6 months? Or is that a question for Les?
I could defer to council. My only concern would be, we're making multiple changes within a short period of time that might confuse our constituents.
That's not a legal issue. That'd be a policy call on the part of the board. The board is free to adopt a resolution this week and a different one next week, but public confusion is obviously a concern.
Mm-hmm.
And Madam Chair, just on this point, I would add that we're going into our budget. These kind of decisions need to be made looking at the whole budget. We're going to start doing that next month, including looking at the parks budget. And so there is opportunities to continue to ask for the analysis, to come back and looking at some of the concerns addressed and bring them into our budget discussion. And then halfway through our fiscal year, this will come up again, because these are fees for 2021. We could be looking at making mid fiscal year changes if the board decides to do that, but it gives us a window of time to be thoughtful and look at any proposed changes within the park budget while looking at the entire county budget as a whole for the next fiscal year. I think that's a more prudent way of doing it, but not rushing it, but putting it into our budget discussions and being able to get all the information from our staff to answer all the questions raised today by this board.
If that's your motion, I'll second that. That makes a lot of sense to me.
And
Yeah,
I'll
We
add
already
that.
have a motion and a second on the floor for staff recommendation. So we're continuing discussion until there's a call to end the discussion. So, but Supervisor Lopez has his hand raised.
So I guess I need clarification. I was trying to do the same thing Supervisor Alejo was there, which was get us to a point of consensus, which I see as an opportunity, perhaps putting a time frame for return on that additional analysis from staff, so it doesn't linger, and lining that up with our budget process to mid-year makes sense. So if I could make that another friendly amendment as part of the motion,
Yes.
Mr. Alejo?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Ken, just to clarify, so that's asking staff recommendation with a request for health department to review the fees through an equity lens and bring back a revised recommendation based on a full budget analysis as part of the budget process. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can agree.
No further conversation from folks. I see Supervisor Alejo has your hand raised.
No, that was for previous step. Sorry.
Okay, fabulous. Okay, so are we ready to vote? Yep, no further conversation. All right, let's do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
I appreciate the amendments made, but I'm going to vote no because I do believe that we need to have our parks available for our children at no cost. So I'm going to stand firm on that point. But I do look forward to the ongoing conversation and the opportunity to evaluate how we're going to afford to make that happen. Thank you. With that, the motion carries. And my goodness, we still have number 12 today. Okay, we are needing to conduct a public hearing. Do we want to, it's 12:40. I know we have additional discussion items in closed session. Do we want to push this until this afternoon, or should we continue this item now? I think we'll just keep going if that's okay with folks, unless I see some thumbs down that we need to break. Okay, Continuing on, so item number 12 is conduct a public hearing to consider the adoption of the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 12.44 of the Monterey County Vehicle Code to rescind Article 7 and Article 8 and add amended Article 7 to the Monterey County Code to make the California Vehicle Code applicable to all private roads generally held open for public use in the East Garrison subdivision, phases 1, 2, and 3 in the East Garrison area of the unincorporated county. We have Randy Ishii, Director of Community Services, and Chad Aliano, our senior civil engineer, to give us an update on this item.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Linio, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Chad Linio, Senior Civil Engineer in the Traffic Section of the Public Works Facilities and Parks Department. I will be presenting the Title 12 ordinance proposing an amendment to apply the California Vehicle Code to private streets in the East Garrison community area as identified in our staff report. If you would please allow me to share my screen, I do have a short presentation available. Please bear with me here a moment. Okay, if everyone can see my screen, I will proceed.
We can't yet.
What I will be covering is...
Chad, we don't have your screen up
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry. Let me
Can we try that one
back
more
up
time?
on that. Apologies.
Or do we have a copy of the presentation here that we can, we're going to try to put a copy of the presentation up from our side.
All right, thank you.
Oh, no, we've got it. You're good. We've got your
Okay.
screen, Chad. Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. So what I will be presenting is the background and the benefits and outcomes of enacting this ordinance. Just to provide some information as to what locations this would be applicable to. As you can see from the exhibit, the private streets are identified in the orange highlighted color. These are the private roadways that the updated ordinance would be applicable to. Those streets are also more explicitly listed in the draft ordinance that was included as an attachment to the board report. By way of background, this ordinance was introduced at the February 23rd board meeting, at which we introduced the ordinance and established this meeting as the date to hold the second hearing. The requirement to have Title 12 applicable or amended to apply the vehicle code to the East Garrison streets was a condition of approval of the subdivision, condition of approval number 239. This was done for phases 1 and phases 2 previously and have been already included in separate sections of our Title 12 Monterey County Code. As mentioned previously, applying the vehicle code through the amendment to Title 12 would apply to these privately owned roadways within the East Garrison community. By doing so, it would allow enforcement of vehicle codes and ordinances that would be typically applicable to private streets. Public streets applicable to the private streets within the subdivision. It would also provide for standardized and uniform signage throughout the community per California Vehicle Code sections listed before you. At the previous meeting, public comment received indicated that there were some inconsistencies to some of the signage in the community. By establishing this ordinance to be applicable, the codes would require that the signage be consistent with the standards as identified in the California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, the California MUTCD. Another positive of this is that it would consolidate the code to be applicable to phases 1, 2, and 3 in a single section of code, as opposed to the separate sections that are already established for phases 1 and 2. We would also like to emphasize that this is not changing the status of the streets in the subdivision. Those streets that are public would remain public, and those streets that are private would remain private. The only difference would be that the California Vehicle Code would be then applicable to those private streets through the amendment to Title 12. That concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ted. Any board questions or comments on this item? Any public comments or questions on this public hearing? Anyone who is joining us via Zoom would need to raise their hand, or if you're on the phone, you'll need to press *9 so that we can call on you. Seeing no one on Zoom, I will go to the audience here. We have one public comment in the audience.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson, speaking on this issue as president of Pedali Alpini, one of the oldest and most successful cycling organizations in the United States. This gets into some important safety issues regarding bicyclists. The developer chose not to follow entirely the manual on uniform traffic control devices for streets and highways. I don't know if they were cheap, incompetent, or they just blew us off. I tend to think it was the third. There are several, what really needs to be done is the whole area needs to be surveyed for compliance with signage relating to bicycles. Just two examples. There are substandard bike lanes. That's going to be a tough one to fix, but possible. And one that gets a little bit technical is there is what is marked as a bike route, 2 parallel 12-foot lanes with no shoulder. According to the manual on uniform traffic control devices for streets and highways, which is quite a mouthful, they need to be posted, share the road, and on the pavement and signs. It's not that expensive. When this was under consideration earlier, I provided 2 letters to the developer, 1 letter to a county manager, and I cannot remember her name, and I also spoke with Wendy Strimling about it. This is not a secret. This is basic bicycle safety, and it's not going to cost anybody a whole lot of money to make this whole area in compliance with California law. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for any additional comments or questions. Or a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Adams. With that, I'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Going back to Supervisor Alejo? And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. With that, our motion carries. Do you need to notate that in any specific way? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So it is now 12:50. We will recess it to closed session for lunch, and we will be back here at 1:30 to reconvene as the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and receive our Tuesday 1:30 COVID update. Thank you. It's 1:38 on Tuesday, March 9th. Welcome to our afternoon session of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Jocelyn Martinez is with us again this afternoon. Would you like to make our announcement about Spanish interpretation services that are available?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español, se les anuncia que hay interpretación en vivo disponible vía Zoom. Al fondo de su pantalla, si selecciona el icono del globo y presiona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En esos momentos, el servicio no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Great, thank you so much. And I will announce for anyone who is watching via our YouTube Live or our Facebook Live channels, if you're interested, you may also choose to join us on Zoom, which is the only way to participate in public comment. The Zoom webinar ID number is 224-397-747. With that, we will proceed with our 1:30 p.m. scheduled matter, which is a briefing and update on COVID-19, and I will welcome Nick Chulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We have 5 items that we would like to go over with the board today at the COVID briefing. The first, and I'll just go through them real briefly. The first is an update by Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi on public health metrics, testing, and vaccine. We would like to invite Dr. Sandeep Gupta from Natividad Medical Center, who is also a member of the COVID Collaborative Science and Best Practices Advisory Group, to talk to the board about testing scale-up and his concepts on that. We would like to invite Dr. Deneen Gus, the County Superintendent of Schools, to discuss the school reopening update for you. And then we would like to invite Janine Chikarat and Mike Zimmerman from the Monterey County Hospitality Association, who are here in the chambers with us today, to give an update from the MCHA on COVID-related issues. And then last, we would like to request the board to support a letter to the State Department of Public Health, essentially supporting and thanking them for their HPI zip code vaccine allocation process that is currently underway. So those are the items we'd like to cover this afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Fabulous. And with that, we will invite Dr. Ed Moreno and Christy Michi of our Monterey County Public Health Department to provide us with an update. And I have 15 minutes here for us scheduled, but if we could allow that 15 minutes for presentation plus questions, that would be most fabulous. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Chair Askew. Whoops. Okay. Chair, what do you see? Are you seeing my title slide?
We are. It's looking good. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thanks. All right. Hopefully this is working. So good afternoon, Chair and board members. Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer and Director of Public Health. I'm going to present, start the update with data and metrics, and there's some new information here. This is the the curve for cases in Monterey County, and you can see that we, in the last few weeks, a couple of months, really have seen a decline in the number of cases in Monterey County, which reflects a decrease in transmission. And we also have a decrease in hospitalizations from, we had over 200 for a few weeks there. Every day, at least a couple hundred people hospitalized with COVID, and now we're down to about, we're in the 30s, which is good for all of us, also good for our hospitals. But the information I want to share with you now is information about doses administered by the Healthy Places Index quartile. And the state has been looking at this, and they've been keeping track of where people are from. The people have gotten a dose, at least one dose of vaccine, and they've been tracking it by census tract, but also by zip codes. And what the state has been sharing now on their website is looking at of all the people who've gotten vaccinated, the percentages that those people that fall into the 4 different quartiles. And this Healthy Places Index quartile was set up by a group in Southern California, and they have identified certain conditions that predispose an individual to poorer health outcomes. So this includes measures of standard of living, access to health care, and other indicators. And the individuals who are what the state's calling HPI quartile 1 tend to have, those people in those census tract zip codes in this quartile tend to have the poorer health conditions. And on the other end, people who live in the zip codes in the quartile 4 tend to have the most healthy community situations, conditions that lend themselves to healthier, better health outcomes. So they looked at everyone that's been vaccinated, that they had a zip code. They found that 31% of everyone that's been vaccinated so far lives in quartile 4, and 27% live in quartile 3, 23% live in quartile 2, and 18% live in quartile 1, which is the quartile which has the poor, the least healthy community conditions and tend to have the poorest health conditions. So the state, this is across the state, so the state is very interested in trying to balance this out so that people living in the HPI quartile 1 zip codes who struggle the most to achieve good health can have a greater proportion of the vaccines that are being administered here in California. So with that in mind, the state created the California Vaccine Equity Metric. So this is a new metric. It's a vaccine equity metric. And what the state is trying to do is is encouraging counties to make vaccine more available to certain zip codes that fall into that quartile 1. And so the state has decided that it will have, if we meet certain goals, that the state will change certain conditions of the blueprint metric, the blueprint for safer economy. So the under purple, what they've proposed and they've announced actually is that the purple tier adjusted case rate range, which will shift from being greater than 7 cases per 100,000 to greater than 10 cases per 100,000. So right now, in order for a county in purple tier like Monterey County to be considered eligible to move into less restrictive red tier, the case rate would have to drop below 7. But the state is willing to change that to 10, which means that a county like Monterey County would more easily get to 10 than to a lower number of 7. And so there's a similar adjustment to the red tier, and these will take effect if this vaccine equity metric has been met, the goal has been met, and that is that 2 million doses have been administered to persons living in the vaccine equity quartile, and again, as assessed statewide. If we meet that 2 million dose goal statewide, this will change. However, orange and yellow tiers will remain the same. And there is no proposed change to the test positivity metric, which currently is being tracked, and also no change to the existing health equity metric. So where are those zip codes here in Monterey County? These are the zip codes that the state has identified as being in the statewide quartile 1, that, or in other words, the vaccine equity metric quartile. And so these are some of the zip codes and communities that we've already been focusing on. And so many of these are in South County, and one zip code in Salinas, 93905. I want to let the board know that we've been working with our vaccine providers here in Monterey County to get vaccine to those providers who are also providing services and vaccine to these, to not just these zip code communities, but also others that didn't make this state list, including, for example, 93906 in Salinas, where there's a large effort to vaccinate that individuals in that zip code, and also zip codes in Seaside and Marina and Castroville and North County. So there are some that aren't on this list, so the state will not be tracking those for the purposes of the vaccine equity metric, but we will continue to focus on those communities and those zip codes in addition to these zip codes, and trying to get a vaccine more accessible to those communities. This is what is proposed, another way of looking at it. So the currently we're at less than 2 million doses administered to the vaccine equity quartile. And so we're still at, county still has to get below a case rate of 7 to move into the red tier, excuse me. The goal, if the goal is met, at, which is 2 million doses administered to this quartile, then the state will raise that threshold to 10. And I'll show you in a minute where we're at right now. So that is something that we want to monitor very closely. So where are we right now? We are just today, the state announced that our case rate, adjusted case rate is 7.2, which is just above the baseline of 7. And if we meet the goal, that number will go up to 10, which would make us mean that our case rate here in Monterey County would actually be eligible for red tier. The test positivity rate right now is in the orange tier, 3.1, and the other HPI quartile positivity test is 5.1, which is just barely missed the orange tier. So the case rate and the positivity rates are still coming down. They're very close to meeting state criteria for red tier as the blueprint stands. But that could change if the state soon meets its goal of 2 million vaccines administered to individuals living in those zip codes in quartile 1. So what does that look like on a graph? Here's the case rate. You see it dropping, and we're very close to the threshold for red tier. And our case rate, our positivity rates, both of them are very close to being in the orange tier. So this shows that the efforts of people in Monterey County to wear face coverings, to not gather with other households, to stay home as much as possible unless you need to leave your house, wash your hands frequently. These are all contributing to decreasing case rates. In addition, more people are getting vaccinated, which is also contributing to decreased transmission here in Monterey County. So I'm going to move on to testing. I have just a few slides here. It is still very important for people to get tested. There's still some benefits getting tested. First is that it's a good, still very important strategy to reduce transmission of COVID-19 in Monterey County. And it also by reducing transmission, it leads to fewer cases, fewer hospitalizations, and fewer deaths. Who should be tested? It should be people with symptoms of COVID-19, including people who've had COVID-19 or have been vaccinated. Identifying people who are infectious and getting them isolated can further reduce the spread of COVID. Also, people who've had close contact with someone with COVID-19, people who are exposed and are in quarantine can get a test to find out if they themselves got COVID-19 and can isolate themselves appropriately. And then people who cannot work from home and must engage the public. Regular screening can identify people who have developed COVID-19 and can then be removed from the work site to prevent further spread of COVID-19 on the work site. and of course, anyone who's been advised by their healthcare provider to get tested. We continue to track the use of the OptumServe sites, so we have continue to see some drop in use at the Salinas, Seaside, Castroville, and Soledad sites. So we continue to work with our partners to get the message out that that testing is still important for Monterey County to reduce transmission of COVID-19. But we do have now, we're now just starting to utilize a new Optum testing strategy, which is the traveling team, and they'll be going to different schools and school districts here in Monterey County, offering testing to school staff. So we're very happy that that's up and running. As far as the state's vaccination plan, we are currently vaccinating individuals 65 and older, those at risk of exposure in the sectors that you're aware of, and starting March 17th, anyone 16 to 64 who has an underlying medical condition as determined by their doctor or disability that increases the risk of severe COVID-19. As far as implementation of the plan, I just want to update the board as to that there is a growing number of vaccine providers here in Monterey County. So you're familiar with our hospitals, and anyone that wants to get vaccinated at a hospital vaccine clinic can go to the hospital website or can also go to this link here. This is our website where we put information about the hospitals on our website as well to help people, facilitate people getting, or anyone helping someone that needs a vaccine, getting to the portals to enroll to get a vaccine. But this is what we want to share with you. These are all the clinics that we know so far that are offering, have received COVID vaccine and have been offering or will be offering vaccine this week. And you can see that the list of healthcare providers who have or will be receiving vaccine this week continues to grow. So there's a lot, and I understand that there's a lot of interest in people going to clinics that are specifically for healthcare workers or specifically for teachers, for example. But I just want to let people that you don't need to wait until someone provides a vaccine clinic just for your group. There are a lot of providers out there who have vaccine that are vaccinating. So this group of providers out there is growing, and I expect it to continue to grow. Similarly, there are quite a few pharmacies now that have vaccines. So we have 7 CVS pharmacies. We have 6 Rite Aid pharmacies. We've got 5, all the Safeway pharmacies in Monterey County, and a couple of the smaller independent pharmacies have vaccine now. And so I encourage people to also go to these websites. Typically these are national websites representing the organization to find out if vaccine appointments are available at the many pharmacies now that have received and will continue to receive vaccine. Just a brief update on third-party administrator. The provider, third-party administrator has let counties know that providers like our Public Health Bureau and our healthcare providers will need to use MyTurn by the end of March to receive vaccine. Will need to sign a provider contract and can use their own health records to schedule appointments, but still need to enter data into MyTurn. But at this point, Monterey County is still reviewing that contract. As far as vaccine data reporting, this is an update on where our vaccine in the Monterey County Health Department Public Health Bureau is and where it's going. We've ordered or received 21,000 doses. We've given other providers about 6,000 doses. We have about 1,500 doses already scheduled for people to come in who have appointments. We haven't yet received, but should be receiving about 2,500 doses. And we've given about 10,000 doses. So basically at this point, we expect to have about 700 doses that are available for us to either schedule appointments for people in Monterey County, or if one of the other providers needs doses, for example, for a second dose for a group of individuals, we can continue to move that vaccine over to other providers so residents can complete their series. This information is all on our website. It shows who's received vaccine, and we have LSL Pharmacy will be receiving vaccine this week, and also Pharmaca Integrated Pharmacy So these are a couple of newer farm providers who are receiving vaccine as well. And U.S. Renal Dialysis should be receiving vaccine and dosing vaccine. So those are new providers that are receiving vaccine. So overall, we have, as a county, our providers have received 92,000 doses and administered about 80,000 doses. So 86% of what has come in has been administered in Monterey County. So we have quite a few people vaccinated, but we also have additional people down here who are being vaccinated by organizations that aren't receiving vaccine from through Monterey County Health Department, for example, from federal sources, or vaccinating outside of our county. And so we have, in addition to the 80,000, we have another 23,000 people that we know of, or doses that we know of, that have been administered to Monterey County residents. So we're looking at about 100,000 doses of vaccine administered to Monterey County residents. Let's see. We are also sharing information about the number of residents that are vaccinated by race, ethnicity, and what we have here is the different groups. And for example, we have Asian not reporting as Hispanic or Latino. We know that they make up estimated about 6% of the population, and they represent about 9% of people who have received one dose of vaccine. So I won't go through all the supervisors, but this is the type of information we want to share with the public so the public can see how different by race, ethnicity, how these groups are getting vaccinated. Also, just want to point out that we have about 18% of the population 18 years or older have received at least one dose of vaccine in Monterey County. So that's also good news. We continue to see an increased proportion of the population receiving at least one dose of vaccine, which helps to further reduce cases and also should contribute to reduce transmission of the virus. We're also looking at by race ethnicity. We're also breaking it down by age. And this group over here, the 75 and older, is the group that's most likely to die if they get COVID-19. So we're looking at some of these groups that have been historically, up until now, seem to have been hit hardest and may have not received their share of vaccines. So if we look at Hispanic or Latino, in this age group, 75 and older, they represent 24% of the population 75 and older, and 22% they represent 22% of people who in that age group who have gotten vaccines. So the gap between their proportion in the population and the proportion among people getting vaccinated is getting smaller. So that's good news. And looking at 65 to 74, it looks a little better. They make up 30% of the people 65 to 74 years of age, and Latinos make up 32% of those that receive at least one dose. So you can see here that there's much less of a gap. It appears that they're well represented among individuals getting a dose of vaccine. We will need to work on narrowing the gap among people 16 to 64. They make up 63% of that population and have received and represent 49% of people receiving a vaccine. So there's a gap here, but it looks, according to our epidemiologists, it looks like this gap is also starting to narrow. So I think there's I think is hopeful that we are our vaccine providers are making some progress in trying to reduce some differences and disparities among Monterey County residents. Just got a few more slides. This is residents vaccinated by age group. And what I want to point out here is there's a reason why I'm showing this, and that is as I mentioned, people 65 and older are more likely to get very sick and die. We look at, they make up 65 to 74, make up 71%, make 8% of the county population. And they are represent 21% of fatalities. If we look at 75 and older, they make up 6% of the population, but they account for 47%, almost half of the fatalities are among people 75 and older, and they only make up 6% of the population. So how are we doing in trying to vaccinate? I'm just going to jump, rather than what I'd like to do is just jump to the state website. And this is information about Monterey County and California on average, looking at vaccinations of 65 and older age group. And according to the state website, California as a whole has estimated that it has given at least one dose of vaccine to 54% of people 65 and older. Here in Monterey County, the state is estimating that 62% of people 65 and older have received at least one dose. So this is, I think, a good sign that here in Monterey County, our initial efforts to try to prioritize individuals, those individuals who are more likely to get hospitalized and die, I think is being reflected here in our ability to get a greater percentage of our 65 and older vaccinated compared to the state average. So that's, I think, some reassuring news. And then I won't go through this, but I just wanted to remind folks that we are sharing information about number and percentage of individuals vaccinated in Monterey County by zip code. And we in public health will be looking at, continue to track this, but also start looking again at the zip codes that the state has picked in the HPI quartile 1, and look to see how we're doing in terms of vaccinating that group, and see if we can work with our healthcare providers to get a greater proportion of those individuals in those communities vaccinated, because we would like to make sure that we continue to do what's beneficial for people who are hardest hit by COVID, and at the same time work with the state and their new system by tracking the vaccine equity metric, which may lead to a situation in the near future where Monterey County might qualify to be in the red tier. So that's my update, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moreno. A lot of new and interesting information that we rolled through in those slides. And a lot of that will be posted on the county website as well, correct?
Yes.
Yep, wonderful. Okay, let's take it to the Board of Supervisors. Do we want to do a couple questions now about Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, first a comment and then a question. The first comment, I want to thank Dr. Moreno and Health Department Director Elsie Jimenez for posting that information about getting the second dose automatically, getting an email to book the second appointment. I saw that posted last night on the vaccine website, that information there. So that's reassuring to the public who's already got their first vaccination and waiting to get their second, that they're going to have an easier time just getting their second appointment rather than going into the race of trying to go online again and get one of those rare appointment slots. So thank you for that. Number two was in regards to veteran vaccination numbers. Are those numbers being counted in our total overall county numbers? I know the federal military agencies have been unwilling, I guess, so far in terms of policy to release the data they're vaccinating, either through the VA, at different other military institutions in Monterey County. But that does seem like the state should be working with the Biden administration to facilitate getting those information so that we could count them in our overall vaccination numbers. That would have added several thousand more. I know at the Marina Clinic alone, I think they're at almost 2,000, or this week they'll reach 2,000. That's not being accounted for. And I know Jason Cameron has been trying to get numbers just so they can report how many enlisted or enrolled veterans in the VA have been vaccinated so far through those additional programs. I think he's been unsuccessful to get those, but this would be a point of action where the board could request that cooperation through our Congress member and through our U.S. senators to get the Biden administration to release that, so that we could report that in our overall numbers, because I think we want to get an accurate picture. And if we are vaccinating thousands of additional people, it should be reflected in our overall numbers. Your thoughts on that?
So I think, thank you, Supervisor. So it is important for any provider that's vaccinating in Monterey County to report that they've vaccinated against COVID-19 in the state's immunization registry, even though there are still some shortfalls in that immunization registry. That should be reported in the registry. I think Christy Mishi is here with us, and see if she has any information as to whether any of those doses are being accounted for or not.
Good afternoon. I think I'll have to look into that, but what I would say is if they are included in our information in the registry, unfortunately, the state immunization registry, which is called CARE for short, does not capture occupation information, but what I can say is they are not showing up, the providers, we can capture where people are vaccinated, and so far they aren't showing up. Our VA clinic in the Marina area isn't showing up among our list of vaccinating providers. So that's certainly something we can follow up with them and see if they can have a way to start reporting in the CARE immunization registry.
Yeah, so at the end, Madam Chair, I'd like to make some motion that we could utilize our legislative team to work to try to get clarity on that. And if there isn't, the numbers aren't being included in the state system, that we should advocate that it should be moving forward. And I think there should be no reason why we can't align our federal administration to cooperate with California to be able to do that. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Leo, looking at this, and frankly, it just typifies, I think, how the state doesn't quite understand our county sometimes, but their zip code and the emphasis on equity, and the one they picked in North County is Moss Landing, which is the least where we need it, and our most needed for equity is in Castroville, Pajaro, Las Lomas. Did they consult with you when they selected these zip codes as to emphasis on equity metrics?
Supervisor, the state did not consult with us prior to issuing the list of zip codes. Since the list has been released, some of the counties have raised their concerns with the state, and that concern is that the zip codes that many of us have been emphasizing and prioritizing all along didn't all wind up on the state's list. And so that concern has been raised with the state, and they did not say that they were going to change anything, but they do recognize that they do acknowledge the concern, and that's as far as it's gotten at this point.
Thank you.
I don't see other supervisors with their hands raised. I do have a couple questions. I am really, really incredibly proud of the mass vaccination program that we've been able to put into place with our partners. But I do think that the next sort of step that we're going to hit is where the demand for vaccine is, we're going to find that there's groups of people that aren't willing to spend hours online trying to find a vaccination appointment. And so really thinking about how we're going to be getting out into the smaller community-based clinics, in partnership with our faith-based partners and our nonprofit partners, and just sort of those community centers that exist. So I would like to make sure that we're having that conversation about what that strategy looks like on a community-by-community basis. So I'll just leave that request out there for a future discussion. But a very specific question, Dr. Moreno. So we're within reach of this 2 million doses statewide for the lowest quartile HPI, and I would hope that we can reach that as a state before next Tuesday. Is it once the state hits that 2 million doses, given that they would make an announcement and we would immediately fall into the red tier, or do we have to wait until next Tuesday when they do their standard reassignments of tiers for that to happen? Because that could essentially be imminent, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisors. I'll start, and Christy's here to assist as well. So Christy's been reviewing the language, and the way she interprets it, it looks like all the governor needs to do is to announce that the goal has been met, and then that change takes effect immediately. And I totally understand that's a very important question that needs to be answered. Christy, after reviewing that anymore, have you been able to deduce whether it means that counties go in immediately, or would the county still have to meet the 2-week criteria?
So unfortunately, the information that we've been provided by CDPH and what's on our website is a little bit ambiguous. So in the meantime, until we can seek clarification, we're just looking at what the website says, which essentially says the governor announces it and then it takes effect the next day.
All right. Well, I think we can assume that we can begin preparing for that announcement soon, I would hope. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a motion at this point that we consider sending a letter, or that we send a letter to the state thanking them for their HPI policy. I know that some of our neighbors are seeing some reductions and they're having some heartburn over that. But for us as a county who has no MCE, who's been shorted in terms of vaccine allocation, this is an opportunity to put words into action. And as this board has stood behind the principle of equity through this entire pandemic, I think it's time that we call out when actions are being taken at the state level and applaud them for actually putting that into policy. And so I would ask that we send a letter thanking the administration and asking them to hold the line on this policy for the allocation of doses of vaccine to communities that look like ours, who have been overly impacted, as we know from our disparate impact report, by COVID-19, and ask them to hold that line, knowing that the policies might be hard, but they're the right ones for California at this time.
I'll second that motion. Do we want to vote on that now or wait to? Let's go ahead and vote on that now. We've got a motion and a second. Oh, I think I need to do public comment before we vote on something. Thank you. So we will do public comment simply for this motion. We'll come back to do public comment on the broader COVID-19 conversation. So is there any public comment on the motion to send a letter to the state thanking them for their commitment to dedicating 40% of vaccine to the lowest quartile HPI zip codes, which does in fact benefit Monterey County, and it has been what we've essentially been asking for all along. Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion on that, on the issue of the VA vaccinations.
Sure, please go ahead.
I just wanted
that would be a perfect time.
I want to make a motion that we send a letter requesting the VA and other the VA and other vaccinations done at any military institutions in Monterey County and California be included in our overall vaccination numbers, and that letter be sent to our congressional delegation and appropriate federal administrative agencies.
Lopez seconds.
All right, we've got a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez for an additional letter to our federal delegation of legislative representatives asking for information to be reported on vaccination rates for doses that are being distributed to our veterans and military community. Is there any public comment on that particular motion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for any conversation or from the board. Seeing no hands raised, we'll do a roll call vote for that item.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Get a double chilies and fry.
Could we make sure that everyone has their microphones muted, please?
I think that's Janine's microphone. Janine Chikara.
Is there a way to mute all microphones at this point? Okay, we'll continue on with our roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you, aye. With that, this motion carries, so we'll have our legislative team work on that request. Okay, the let's move on to our next presentation. We have Dr. Sandeep Gupta, who's a member of the Science Best Practices Advisory Group of COVID-19 Collaborative on Testing Scale Up presentation. I see Dr. Gupta on the line with us. Thank you so much for joining us today and for all of the work that you've been doing to study this issue and to bring forward some good, solid recommendations for our consideration.
Thanks. Good afternoon, supervisors. Let me just try to share my screen here. Okay, can you see okay?
Yep, it's up, looks good.
Okay, great. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to present today on behalf of the collaborative. This is a proposal for testing scale up and to help save lives and livelihoods affected by COVID-19. Just brief introduction, I trained as a family physician at Natividad 25 years ago, and after serving the farm worker community for a number of years, I went overseas with CDC and spent about 15 years as an epidemiologist fighting HIV, Ebola, and other pandemics, and just returned last year to Natividad in the community. And it's great to be back and working also with a collaborative. I want to appreciate many individuals who have contributed to this proposal, especially those from the health department, and just following on Dr. Murillo's presentation on the importance of testing. The testing strategy, which isn't presented here today, was
presenta aquí el día de hoy la estrategia.
Was created and reviewed through the
Y se creó y se dio una revisión a través de un video, de este
Sorry,
video.
just a moment, Dr. Gupta. We're going to get our Spanish translator set up here.
Laura, this is Valerie, the clerk. We're going to add you back into the interpreter channel. For some reason, you dropped off. Give us a moment, please.
Of course.
All right, pardon the interruption. We can continue on. Thank you, Dr. Gupta.
So the testing strategy itself was created and reviewed through the Collaborative Science and Best Practices Advisory Group, which Dr. Moreno and myself co-chair, and whose members are listed here. So following on that, this proposal represents the consensus of the testing work group and was developed from that testing strategy. So the work group includes representation from a broad range of key constituencies: health department, COPA, ag and hospitality industries, and city managers and science. So, okay, I'd like to spend a bit of time on this slide. And I think, of course, vaccination is our priority, and that's what we're spending most of our time talking about. But perhaps the most important message of this presentation is that while that's the case, testing and more testing is still essential to fight COVID. Recently, there have been a number of articles expressing alarm at the drop-off in testing and calling for actively expanding it through approaches like that proposed here. None of us, of course, know what will happen next with the pandemic, but despite the increasing availability of vaccines, there's still serious concern of another surge. Reasons for this include, of course, some COVID fatigue that we're all feeling, significant vaccination gaps, which we may have both due to access and reluctance to get vaccinated. And we may have a situation in a few weeks where we have more supply than demand for both of those reasons. New variants where vaccination or prior infection may not offer adequate protection. And of course, the anticipated reopening along with tourism and the current in-migration to the county. So testing is a very empowering intervention, especially for vulnerable populations. For a deadly virus where up to half of the infections are asymptomatic, knowing one's status allows one the dignity of being armed to protect oneself and one's family. There's also a number of other benefits that may not be quite as intuitive. Of course, it's a gateway to directly reducing transmission through isolation, quarantine, and contact tracing. But it also allows us to better target and monitor the effectiveness of COVID strategies, such as vaccination. Without adequate testing, of course, we can't conduct surveillance for new variants in our community. In addition, testing allows us to have a more complete understanding and community risk perception of our epidemic. And finally, as we think more about reopening, testing helps ensure that we're not just talking about reopening, but really about safe and sustainable reopening, where the risk of subsequent reversal, reclosing is minimized. So the goal of this proposal is to scale up to conduct 20,000 COVID tests per week in Monterey County. to move from mostly a static passive testing approach to a more active case finding strategy. These different approaches, which are referred to as sort of a mitigation testing or suppression testing, are represented in the figures sort of small on the bottom from Harvard's testing collaborative, and sort of illustrate how suppression testing, which is a much wider outreach testing, allows communities to get ahead of the epidemic and better stop new infections. So why 20,000? That just to point you to the table at the top. The first row is the estimate of the 7-day testing in Monterey County at 3 different time points: at the first peak in July, the second peak in January, and currently. Then the next 3 rows reflects 3 methodologies from Harvard's approach, and this is a whole slide set, but just to summarize this, each of those come out well over the actual testing that was happening or is happening. This is very scientifically sound, these estimates, these different estimates, but a challenge is that it's not as practical for budgeting and programming because it's a moving target. They're scientifically sound because they're based on an approach that uses your estimated number of cases at the time as how much testing you need. So because of that reason, the bottom row, which is from the White House's COVID-19 team, reflects a more simple and practical approach. And their math comes up with 20,000 tests per week for Monterey County as a goal. And while we've yet to meet half of that goal, it's a goal that has been achieved by other states and counties in California. And so definitely something we can do here. To do so, we need to apply sort of 4 key groups of tactics that have been discussed within our work group. The first and probably most important is to move to a more active mobile approach. So bringing testing directly to neighborhoods where new cases are the highest, with weekend and mobile testing events and venues people are most likely to show up at, and trying to break down every barrier possible to testing, and even providing incentives for testing. And then having a linguistically and culturally appropriate communications approach, with the possibility also of shortly being in a situation of having more vaccine than demand. These events can be an ideal entry point into communities to educate and generate more vaccine demand as well. Secondly, is to really establish county level control of testing for vulnerable populations. We know, and we just discussed, not having control over our own programming or data in the county has been a continuous challenge for us throughout the pandemic. As it currently stands, most testing occurs through private entities, and neither the health department nor the collaborative actually have the authority to convene testing entities, all the testing entities, and provide guidance that best meets Monterey County's needs. To get this control, we can work through the collaborative structure and establish third-party contracts with testing organizations, some of which have already been contacting the testing work group. At the same time, we're also continuing to advocate to CDPH for greater flexibility among the existing few LHI Optum sites along the lines of this proposal, which is important but wouldn't be sufficient for our testing goals. Thirdly, we need to build off the great start made through the collaborative's work group structure in the health department and continue to bring everyone together and partner actively to coordinate different testing efforts and leverage resources. This includes city managers, the community-based organizations that have been hiring community health workers, vaccine volunteers, third-party testing organizations, FQHCs, and employers, especially ag, hospitality, and schools where, of course, the vulnerable communities have employees or children. Finally, in order to best meet people's needs, we need to try out locally relevant approaches based on direct feedback from the community, using the voices, for example, from COPA and the CBOs especially, and also ensure seamless coordination across different elements of the public health response. So some of the examples are listed here. So just to recap, the 4 key program elements to be able to reach 20,000 tests per week are: 1, conducting high-profile testing events in communities; 2, establishing county-level control of our testing program for the most vulnerable; 3, expanding partnerships from planning to implementation partnerships; and 4, focusing on meeting individual needs through community-informed innovation and coordination. Regarding budgeting, we've reviewed 3 approaches to costing this proposal: a bottom-up detailed approach, which would take a few weeks to fully build, a medium-level costing approach, and a high-level approach. The latter 2 approaches result in similar figures, and the high-level approach is shown here. We anticipate an average bundled test unit cost of about $40, and this is much less than the standard $140 per PCR because of insurance reimbursement, using rapid tests where they make sense, and leveraging resources such as testing venues. The bundled unit cost includes management, communications, call center capacity, logistics and materials, staffing, and the actual testing as the main cost drivers. A scale-up period would be needed with a goal of 3 months of 20,000 tests per week, which totals about $10 million. And of course, the testing work group would be happy to discuss costing assumptions and different options in further detail. So I just wanted to summarize. This summarizes a few other presentations and tries to hit at the main points, but I want to just leave with maybe 2 key messages. First, that testing is inadequate and scale up is really still needed to protect the most vulnerable. And 2, we have alignment among an extremely broad set of public and private constituencies towards a carefully thought out goal and approach for doing this together. So thanks for the opportunity to present on behalf of the collaborative.
Thank you very much for the presentation. There's a lot of information, and you just saved the final gem there for the very last slide, right? The $10 million cost, which is significant, but in the scheme of the cost of COVID to our community, it definitely puts that in perspective. Are there any questions from the Board of Supervisors in regards to this presentation on testing or the work that the Community Collaborative is doing? Am I in the right spot here? Supervisor Phillips.
Well, I think a lot of us, myself included, slacked off on emphasizing testing because we got a vaccine. And we see that's one of the things that's keeping us from getting things open. So has anybody even come up with the idea of or have any jurisdictions actually paid $5 or $10 for anybody to go to get tested and go out to various locations? What's a strategy? I mean, we've been trying to get the word out, but I haven't been reaching the people. And I know we went from, I have the figures down, 825 here in Castroville. Now we're doing 102. So any ideas on a strategy to get our testing numbers back up?
Yeah, there's a number of, thanks Supervisor Phillips, there's a number of barriers that we've discussed that tend to limit people from coming in for testing. So fear of losing income support, cost, location, hours, et cetera. And the strategies that have been really successful, there have been a number of places around the state or country that have done these. And, Davis is really an interesting example, have gotten out into the community, sort of normalize the idea of testing as an individual and community responsibility or desire, and made it sort of a party in a way, going to places where people tend to come regardless. And then sometimes providing incentives as well. So it could be cash cards, gift cards, food, or as an individually or as a raffle. So there's quite a bit of experience, I think, around different jurisdictions with approaches to do things a bit differently and get more testing.
Thank you.
Are there other supervisors with questions on this presentation? Okay, I don't see any other hands. I do have a couple questions. The cost that you've outlined, so we do have right now state support through the Optum testing sites. We're not maximizing utilization, of course, but are there ways that you see how would we maximize the use of the state resources that are already being provided to us, while also recognizing that it doesn't come near hitting that $20,000 tests per week goal that's being presented, and what would some sort of combination look like so that we are managing our surveillance testing in a way where we won't be caught off guard if there is a new spread that occurs in the community. We're on this precipice of being able to fall into the red tier, and once we're there, I sure as heck want to do everything that we can to stay there. And then I guess the other question would be, has the collaborative considered what the source of funds for testing, for a more comprehensive testing program might look like.
So thank you. A couple of responses to those questions. Thanks. One, on the Optum sites, I think there's already been a few conversations with them. We definitely want to utilize them as best as possible. They're there, and they're state resource, of course. I think the question is how much flexibility they're able to have and how much capacity they can have. As much as we can work with them to be more mobile and agile in their testing approach, I think that can help, but it'll still be quite limited compared to what we need. So we want to do both at the same time, but that'll just be a small percentage of what really the need is. And then the testing, I think it's a bit of an iterative process. You have to learn from your experience. So the more you test, if you're finding people coming for testing and people who in a certain percentage that are positive, then you want to keep on doing that kind of testing. But if you're going out and not finding people coming, then you want to rethink how you do it, of course. But I think having that White House metric is really helpful for us. And then the last question, I think, no, we wanted to come out with there's a resources group in the collaborative, and but we wanted to come out from the testing group first with the sort of proposal and what we thought would be an ideal approach.
All right, well, thank you. I'm just personally very interested in seeing how we can expand and maximize testing in our community as we begin to move into a space where we may be having kids back in school and we may be reopening some of our businesses. I feel like the testing piece is an absolutely critical part of the puzzle, and I understand that there is a need to really look at how to resource that. But it's something that I would like to see the county be working closely with the collaborative to try to maybe fine-tune the proposal that's been put together and identify what we may be able to do to scale, to slowly scale up into something that is meaningful and allows us to keep COVID under control here in our community. Okay, I don't see any other comments. We will move on to the presentation by Dr. Janine Gus. Thank you. Do I hear Alejo?
Yeah, very quickly, Dr. Gupta, thank you very much for your work and coming back to serve your local communities here. Just something I brought up to Dr. Moreno was, and also in addition to the testing efforts at schools, I know Dr. Moreno was offering similarly to take mobile testing to work sites, especially as workers are returning to work. That's where we could give the benefit of testing the workers so that we could keep them safe, but also bringing our testing numbers up by making it easy and providing the testing services at these work sites, some that have hundreds of workers, especially like the coolers or the packing sheds. Your thoughts on that?
Yes, I mean, I think I would defer on the ag sector to the ag community, because I know that there's been quite a bit of effort to try to scale up that employer-based testing. I think the first focus of this proposal is really for the community-based testing, which would ideally include also employees and their family members as well. But I think they're all important at the schools, at the employers, and in the community, because they're going to get different parts of the puzzle.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Good questions. Are there any other questions from the board? We'll move. Okay, very good. We will now invite Monterey County Office of Education Superintendent, Dr. Janine Gus, to join us again. Thank you so much for coming to give us an update today. There's been so much going on, and we're excited to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you so much for inviting me to provide a quick update today. And I'm going to move very, very quickly and give you an opportunity to ask questions at the end. First, I'd like to review legislation passed last week that applies to schools throughout California. Inviting me to Governor Newsom signed SB AB 86 late last week. This legislation encourages local education agencies to provide more in-person instruction by April 1st. Schools are not required to open. That remains a local school board decision, but they are encouraged to open, and the funding provides support for the reopening process. It also addresses several concerns raised by groups representing school agencies, particularly those related to collective bargaining, testing cadences, vaccines, timelines, and timing. The legislation provides 2 pots of funding with separate rules for each. $2 billion to incentivize schools to provide more in-person instruction, and $4.6 billion for additional learning time and academic interventions. And so I'm going to take just a few moments to briefly review the 2 funding opportunities. The $2 billion for school reopening. All public schools except non-classroom based charter schools are eligible to receive these funds as long as they provide in-person instruction within the set timeframes between April 1st and May 15th. In order to be eligible to expend the funds, LEAs must provide in-person instruction by April 1st with the ability to gain partial funding on a sliding scale if opened by May 15th. Between April 1st and May 15th, an LEA's funding will be reduced by 1% for each day of instruction the LEA did not provide in-person instruction. The $2 billion funding supports in-person instruction, could be a full open or hybrid, or students in the prioritized student cohorts. So while in the purple tier, schools must offer in-person instruction to the prioritized student cohorts and kindergarten through grade 2. In red, orange, and yellow, schools must offer in-person instruction to prioritized student cohorts, kindergarten through grade 6, and 1 full grade above grade 6, and that's a local decision. Prioritized pupils include those noted on the slide. Schools must provide continuous in-person instruction through the end of the scheduled 2020-2021 school year in order to maintain compliance. If an LEA fails to provide continuous in-person instruction, it will forfeit all funds apportioned under this grant. However, if an LEA is told to close by a local or state agency, then there is no penalty. The legislation codifies in statute the governor's recent announcement to prioritize a portion of vaccines for school staff providing in-person services. However, it includes a provision that states this section shall not be construed as inferring that vaccination of school staff or pupils is a prerequisite for providing in-person instruction. It also does not refer to collective bargaining agreements or require a memorandum of understanding anywhere in the bill. All LEAs will receive these expanded learning time funds, including non-classroom based charter schools, in proportion to their local LCFF entitlement target. LEAs will also receive $1,000 per homeless pupil enrolled as of 2021. At least 85% of the funding must be spent to support in-person instruction, and up to 15% may be used to support distance learning. LEAs that did not receive any of the $2 billion for reopening may use 10% of the expanded learning time funds for reopening costs. The $4.6 billion funding is flexible, but must only be spent on the following: extending instructional learning time by increasing the number of instructional days or minutes provided during the school year, providing summer school or intersession programs. It can also be spent on accelerating progress to close learning gaps, and for training and services for staff and students to support social and emotional health needs and academic needs of students. So what's next? School districts are in the process of developing their COVID safety plans and are working with their stakeholders to set reopening dates. This reopening information will be submitted to the state starting Monday, March 22nd, and districts will need to update this data every other Monday. All data can be found on the state schools hub. Now, I'd like to provide a brief update on where we are with vaccinations for education and the childcare sector. As you all know, all educators and childcare employees became eligible to receive their COVID vaccine in Monterey County on March 3rd. And in this last week or so, this is our progress. We have 19 clinics, or also known as pods, for education and childcare already scheduled for the month of March. And I just want to take a moment to thank all of our healthcare partners and the Monterey County Health Department for allocating vaccines to our sector. It's been a huge lift, and we're so thankful and appreciative for everyone's partnership. And I also just want to point out, as Dr. Moreno mentioned earlier, it is a journey. It's going to take time to get everyone vaccinated, so continued patience is needed, but we are making a great deal of progress. This is the list of the 19 vaccination clinics or appointment slots dedicated to education and childcare throughout the month of March. The ones with the asterisk also include childcare providers. In total, these appointments add up to 6,525 first doses for those in the education and childcare sector in Monterey County. And I just want to note, it is constantly a moving target. I just found out recently that we might be able to receive 400 codes from one of our neighboring counties, which will also be of great assistance. So each day, additional pods and clinics and providers are reaching out, and we continue to get these scheduled. In regard to childcare, there's a team working to support childcare providers, and the team includes MCOE, MAOF, Bright Beginnings, and First Five. This slide shows the clinics that have been specifically set up for childcare thus far. In April, there are also 2 clinics set up for Saturdays, one in Salinas and one in South County. And these Saturday clinics are critical for childcare providers because, as you know, they're taking care of everyone's children Monday through Friday. So Saturday clinics are of great importance. Systems do need to be adjusted to support childcare providers, though, because we are having some challenges. Slots fill quickly. We need more of the weekend and evening clinics. We also have some childcare providers who have internet accessibility and capacity challenges, and we need more clinics county-wide for our childcare providers. Providers accepting family, friends, and neighbors and alternate forms of ID. The word documentation is a little bit challenging for our childcare community. Oops, sorry, go back. So we're definitely working on, what can be done to address that issue. And the unlicensed child caregivers, FFNs, we also call them family, friends, and neighbors, make up the majority of the county's child care, but we're having trouble being recognized as an official child care provider. 80% of the FFNs have been caring for the workers and school-aged children since the pandemic began, while 20% of the centers were able to remain open. We're currently surveying all of our TK and higher education employers to determine how many of their employees have been vaccinated outside of our clinics. And we estimate that there will be an additional need for 11,000 vaccines to cover the TK to higher ed with their first dose. Our early childhood education partners estimate that there are 24,000 plus for licensed and informal childcare. The total number of licensed or affiliated informal care providers, so this includes center and family child care, is 1,733. And affiliated means FFN that are connected to an organization like Go Kids, CAPSLO, MAOF, or AP CalWorks. Our family, friends, and neighbors, also known as FFN, make up 24,414. So we know that this FFN number may seem high, but it's actually a conservative estimate. My understanding is that the Child Care Planning Council is working with the Health Department to address some of these challenges. And with that, I'm going to open it up to questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much for all the work that you've been doing, Janine, to get our educators vaccinated this month. I know it's been a feat of nature that you are leading over at MCOE on behalf of our 24 districts. We'll pass it over to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Deneen. I just want to say that I appreciate your partnership in helping to get so many educators vaccinated. I just left the clinic in Soledad. I kind of did double duty, went out and saw a bunch of our early childhood educators receiving their vaccinations, and the relief on their faces, the happiness as they waited out the rain in their cars and then drove away with big smiles on their face was bringing me a ton of joy, obviously, as the chair at First Five. And so I just want to thank you for your continued partnership. I know we've had some amazing pods down here just yesterday with Greenfield being at me and Soledad taking care of 400 folks there at the high school gym. It's always good to see those things happening here in South County, and I always appreciate your partnership. So I just wanted to give you kudos for that and look forward to continuing to advocate alongside you for additional vaccines for our educators. Thank you, Denise.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez.
Supervisor Alejo.
Also, thank you, County Superintendent Gus. Thank for all the work and also the coordination to get more of these closed pods for teachers up and running. I think that's great, and I think for the education community, it is very much appreciated. It certainly shows a priority to address those concerns so that we could open up more schools and childcare centers safely as we're preparing for more reopening as we make progress on the declining numbers of infections, hospitalizations, and death. But I wanted to address another issue, looking at reopening and what some of the surveys of parents are saying. I'm looking at the USC Understanding America survey, and there's certainly racial disparities in terms of how parents from communities of color are feeling about reopening, and the question about waiting to reopen until all teachers who want the vaccine have received it. And you know, the surveys point right that among African Americans, 80% want to wait. 69%. The second, actually, Asian American is 72. Latinos 69%, and then when you go to the whites, it's 51%. The lowest number, and so there has to be some recognition of that. So some of it, I would assume, is reluctance because those communities have been hardest hit, right? Their families, their neighborhoods, their communities have faced the brunt of infections, hospitalizations, and death. But the interesting part of this survey was that it revealed something else: is that it was also important to educate parents that schools were returning when they open. They're returning to provide in-person instruction, and some of the reporting on this has shown that there's been a lot of education to address concerns or reluctance about taking the vaccine. But now, as we're talking about reopening schools, there has to be an equally important education campaign to educate parents that what schools are doing and the safety protocols, and that they are indeed returning to provide in-person instruction. I mean, those are this kind of research helps us do a good job in our rollout by using the studies to make sure that we're doing things in the right way that alleviate the concerns that are on their minds of so many parents, especially those who have seen a lot of tragedy either in their families or in their communities. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on maybe how do we also address that component and making sure parents have a clear understanding of how we're perhaps moving to vaccinate and reopen schools, but making sure we're doing it safely and reassuring parents, as many are very trusting on what teachers and educators convey to them, that they're also we're going to be returning to that in-person instruction also.
Yes, absolutely. You bring up a very good point. The students in those harder hit communities, some of those students have actually been diagnosed with COVID. And so they do know that children can get COVID, and it has spread, as we all know, in some of those harder hit communities. And so we are going to have to ensure that the schools very well communicate all of the health and safety protocols that are taking place. We also have to educate our parents and our students prior to the return so that they know what to expect when they walk onto those campuses when the schools reopen. And we are working on that. I know schools are hosting town hall meetings. They're sending out tons of communications to parents and to their community members, and they're getting students trained. And what I'm also hearing across the state for the schools that have reopened earlier than those here in Monterey County, once many of the children have returned and a few weeks are under the belt, then more and more students are beginning to return because they're seeing that, oh, everyone is following the health and safety protocols. It is safe. We can do this. And obviously the young people want to be with their friends and they want to be back with their teachers. So it really is going to take an education campaign. And we do need to continue to work on our messaging around vaccinations and the myths and the facts. We have had several of our local doctors. I know Natividad has been helpful, and Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital and CHOMP as well, in having some of our local doctors do webinars to share the myths and the facts around the vaccines and to really help everyone understand that they are safe and this is the way that we will eventually get to herd immunity. We also do have a doctor from UCSF, Dr. Noble, who did a webinar for our region in regard to health and safety protocols that our school employees should follow in order to reopen our schools safely. That was very helpful. We're hoping to be able to bring her back in the near future and speak with all of the parents in regard to, how do we do this and how do we do it safely? She has a great deal of experience in supporting other schools, and she really basically shared the research from those schools that have been open for quite some time now and what they're finding and what's really working. So thank you for bringing up that point. That's our next step in the process, is our communications.
Right. And the last point I would just make is that, certainly a big champion for public schools, but you do see the lessons from some of the private schools. The Los Angeles Times had an article, I believe yesterday, about what the Jesuit schools, I think in Sacramento, that had a breakout when they tried to reopen. They quickly had a breakout of infections this was an all-male high school, but now they've redone it again, but this time with a lot of safety protocols and testing, and they haven't had a breakout in 2 months so far. So it was like a different story, but it really, the moral of the story was the practices that the school put in place. It was not just about reopening, but doing it with a lot of safeguards and doing it regularly every week to avoid breakouts from happening. And that would just lessons learned from other schools that you're expressing, that we equally have to be rigorous in our protocols within our public schools throughout Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janine, I had a couple questions. The slide, you show one slide that shows 6,525 doses for education and childcare. Is that in addition to the 1,065 on the next slide that say they're for childcare, or is that for a total of 7,500, or is it a total of 6,500?
No, it's actually a total of 7,500. So some of the TK to 12th grade pods also included their childcare providers in those pods.
Wonderful. Okay.
And then the childcare providers also have some additional pods that are just for childcare.
Okay, thank you. So 7,590, and it's been about a week since education became eligible. So that's great progress, considering that we're getting 1,500 doses per week through the state system. So just a big appreciation to everyone who's made that possible. I do want to just highlight, you'd mentioned that there is a need for evening and weekend clinics for our educators. And we're also hearing that from people who just need appointments posted in evening and weekend hours so that they have access to be able to to schedule their appointments. I think Supervisor Lopez has made that point pretty clearly. So I guess this is a question for the health department folks, but how do we make sure that the partners who we have providing vaccinations out into the community are offering vaccine at times when, increasingly at times when working people are going to need some flexibility to get that vaccine? Is there any specific strategy being implemented?
Hi, Supervisor. That's a very good question. I think we'd have to go back and look at what the hours are, because there's so many providers out there vaccinating. Probably have to maybe do a quick survey of availability. I know that the OptumServe site hours availability has changed, so we are now they're now open to test on weekends, but we can do some surveys in terms of availability for the vaccinators here in Monterey County, if that would be helpful to you.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Because we're hearing that. I think we're going to continue hearing that more and more as we work our way down into other subgroups and categories. And then one of the things that I just wanted to mention that I think is relevant for everyone, and especially for the county as in our role to provide behavioral health services, the Children's Council yesterday received some very sobering information about the mental health needs of our students and their families, and the pressures that are going to be placed on teachers and schools as children begin to return into classrooms, to be aware of those needs, and then to have the resources that they need to meet the needs of those students. So just being thoughtful to that point. And then the last point that I want to make is, as we do have students returning to school, in many of these cases, we're not having it, it's not a full-time return to school. And so many of our employees who are parents and have young children, we've managed to figure out how to work our life around distance learning. And we're now going to be struggling to rejigger our lives around kids being in school partial days and partial weeks. So just a request on behalf of all employers for patience and flexibility for parents who are once again trying to manage multiple conflicting realities. I don't see any other comments from board members. Did any other supervisors have questions for Dr. Gus? Okay, Dr. Gus, thank you so much for joining us. And if you have specific needs or if there's anything we can do to be of assistance, please, you know where to reach every one of us, and you know where to reach our health department folks. So thank you. We will move on to our next presentation from the Monterey County Hospitality Association. We have two guests in the audience with us today. It's a treat. Janine Chagray and Mike Zimmerman are here to present for us. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors, for having us today. I'm Janine Chagray. I'm Chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association, and I'm with Mike Zimmerman today, President of the Cannery Row Company. We have 3 points we really want to discuss with you today. The first one is about adjusting our population base here in Monterey County. The second has to do with testing and this need to increase our testing, and Mike is going to cover that extensively. And then lastly, a request to include all hospitality workers in Phase 1C. The first point to pursue that attestation and why we feel it's so important is first of all, we all know we've got the influx of ag workers that are coming back to our community, already starting now, and they will be over the next couple weeks. And also in talking to our friends in ag, there's a lot of people that used to migrate back to Mexico, and that didn't happen this year. They stayed in our community. So we firmly believe that there's an adjustment that our county is owed in terms of the exact population that we have here in the county. And the reason that's so important is it feeds into how the formulas are calculated in the different tiers to move from tier to tier. So an adjustment in our population base will also help us to not a huge degree, but at this point, any little help helps. So we respectfully request the population-based adjustment. But the most important thing we're here to talk today really is about testing, and I'm going to step away and let Mike go with it.
Madam Chair, Board,
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Zimmerman. This presentation is really the getting open side of testing. I want to point out that the data that we're working with is primarily from last week's blueprint spreadsheet. And as we know in COVID data, a week in COVID data is a long time, but the points being made are still valid even with the current reduced case rates. With that being said, we believe there is an opportunity to better influence the adjusted case rate for tier assignment. How does that happen? In addition to all of the public health reasons for testing, the state incentivizes and rewards testing above the state median through a linear adjustment factor for tier designation. The linear adjustment factor provides an adjustment to the case rate based on the level of testing above or below the state median, either a reward or a penalty, but it has to be the right kind of testing. Last week, we were essentially average with a factor of 1.01. This week, there is no adjustment. In looking at last week's data, most all of the large counties that were open last Tuesday were able to do so based on adjustments to their case rate as a result of testing volumes above the state median rate. They got a reward. Most of the unadjusted case rates exceeded the purple threshold. Can I get the next slide? Okay. This is an example of the impact of testing on the linear adjustment factor and on the tier assignment. Last week, Monterey had an unadjusted case rate of 10. San Luis Obispo County had an unadjusted rate of 12.6. We tested essentially at the state median, just slightly below. San Luis Obispo County tested at almost double the state median test rate. So what we ended up with is a 1.01 linear adjustment factor. San Luis Obispo County got a 0.546 adjustment factor. So the adjusted case rate is the linear adjustment factor times the adjusted case rate to give you an adjusted case rate, in our case, 10.1. We ended up with a tenth of a case penalty. San Luis Obispo ended up with a 6.8 adjusted case rate. We ended up with a purple assignment. They ended up with a red assignment. We're closed, they're open, solely on the basis of testing. Here's the next slide. So these slides are kind of busy, but there's a couple points that I want to make on this. For the last Tuesday, like Alameda County and Napa County, both would have been closed, but for the testing rates. So they exceeded the purple threshold, but because they did so much testing, they were open. San Francisco moved from a red tier to an orange tier on the basis of their testing. Go to the next one. On this one, San Luis Obispo County, San Mateo County, Santa Clara County, and Yolo County all got to move from purple to red on the basis of testing. They all exceeded the 7 threshold, but because they did enough testing, they moved. And what's interesting to note is of the 6 counties that moved from purple to red, 3 of them had a higher infection rate than Monterey County. So a few observations. One, even based on the state's upcoming relaxing of the purple to red criteria, we would not have met it last week based on current testing levels. 2, if we can increase our testing rates for purposes of the blueprint, we can create a cushion to help us get open, stay open if case rates increase, and progress more rapidly through the tiers, reopening quicker. The testing has to be the right kind of testing, and not every test qualifies. If we look at using the new threshold of 10 cases for the red tier, testing at the state median means Monterey could have 45 cases a day. If we do 150% of the state median, we could have 60 cases a day and still stay in the red tier and stay open. One of our concerns is that the counties to our south have not been showing the same improvement compared to last fall that we have. If we take a look at comparing October 12th unadjusted infection case rates to March 2nd case rates, Santa Barbara County is 248% of last year. Ventura is 187% higher. San Luis Obispo County is 72% higher. And Monterey County is 9% higher. If that's a precursor to what we're going to see, we are going to need whatever cushions we can find and generate ourselves to keep ourselves open. Finally, in summary, our testing strategy needs to meet the public health goals while maximizing the outcomes under the blueprint metrics. This will provide support needed to stay open, and move quickly through the tiers more quickly. We have the ability to influence our tier ranking with the right kind of testing. Thank you.
All right, the source of most of that data, or all that data, came from the California blueprint, so you can see that on that slide there. Do you want to go one more slide, please? The next is advocating for vaccines for all hospitality workers in 1C. For whatever reason, when they set it up, they broke out food servers versus the rest of our industry. It'd be like saying we're only going to vaccinate people that are growing and picking the lettuce, and everybody that's in the warehouse is going to get theirs at a later phase. It doesn't work for our industry. It doesn't make any logical sense. The fact that the CDC has already come out and said that the hotel workers should be vaccinated in 1C, even if our state of California doesn't go there, we hope that Monterey County will go above and beyond and recognize the rest of the hospitality workers in phase 1C. We estimate we had about 27,000 hospitality workers, and we estimate we'll probably have about 10,000 that are going to need vaccines as we reopen and get back to business. Next slide. So getting back to business, we're really at a crisis point in hospitality. Travelers are planning their vacations now. I talk to tons of friends, families. You read it in the trades. They're going to places. They're booking their plane flights. They're going to places that are open. They don't want to choose a destination that doesn't have a restaurant they can go dine in, that you can't go to an aquarium. You've got Disneyland reopening. You're gonna go to places like that. They also are very into perceiving that it's safe. And for us to say that we're in the purple tier is not a safe place to go in the minds of a traveler. So that's another critical reason why we got to get beyond the purple tier. We continue to lose group business every week. Weddings are going to other destinations, and so we just keep getting further and further behind. And at the end of the day, it affects all of the community and the people living in the different municipalities and the county as well. So, and then lastly, our competitors are already marketing. They're out there in front of us. They're talking about they're safe and they're open, and we kind of laugh because even if they're in the red tier, people are believing they're safe and they're open. So it really is at a point where we've got to do everything we can. And what we're proposing today in terms of increasing testing and making sure it's the right testing, that, whatever the state dictates is the right testing. If we need to go advocate with the other counties to get rapid testing as part of it, then that should be part of our blueprint as well. So last slide. So just to recap, population base makes a big difference. Obviously increased testing. And lastly, please don't forget our workers. We need to get them vaccinated. We need to get them back to work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the additional information and for studying the numbers the way that you have. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I was, along with Supervisor Adams, were asked for this presentation because Mike Zimmerman, who's a numbers guy, a CPA and everything, did the best analysis of the importance of testing and how we're where we are because we could have been different if we'd done a better job on testing. So I think even it looks like we will get into red shortly in one way or the other, but then we got to stay in the red. And so that's why I think our county really has to come up with a strategy, working with businesses and everybody else to make sure that we are doing better on the testing than what we're doing. And I think it's up to us to come with that strategy. And I want to do anything we can to support the hospitality industry because that's the one industry. We've been working hard for the ag industry. We're working hard for teachers now. That's the one industry that we left half our county behind. And so anything we can do to assist them, including special pods just for the hospitality people. I know they are prepared to run through and do their own vaccination. They have everything lined up, and we can just get them what they need to get open. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Yes, thank you. We were very successful when we were able to do the special pod over at the Lower Presidio Park in Monterey. It was scheduled to open, I think, at 8, and by 7:15, the parking lot was filled, and we maxed out completely. That was the only one that we did like that. And I feel if we had the opportunity again, if testing is an easy thing to come by now, then I think we would be able to do well. And we did that primarily in concert with the MCHA Hospitality Association and the chambers in Monterey. And I would love to see us do another one of those. And I think we could do another one out at Seaside High School still, if we just push the information to the people who we are able to get vaccinated. So, tested. It starts to become interchangeable at some point. But we've done it before. We can do it again. And I think we need, as John had said, just the push to do it.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I appreciate the leadership of our hospitality industry. They've been with us and they've stepped up from the very beginning. So I want to recognize their work and even this presentation trying to help us better strategize of how we might be able to move into the higher tiers sooner rather than later by focusing on the testing and keep those testing numbers up, because it's a win not only to reopen safely, but it's also more importantly not letting our guard down at a critical time. And if the public overall, we see the trends going into these testing sites, if that is happening, then we have to change up our strategy and take the testing to where the people are at. And certainly whether that's in agriculture, as I was mentioning earlier, take it to the places where we could test hundreds of workers at one place where it's easy, where the employer could cooperate to take a few minutes of the workday to come and get tested. That makes a whole lot of sense. So I would say that should be extended to our hospitality and certainly to our teachers as well. But now, how do we do that is the question. And I know we have resources that are being underutilized. So my question for Elsa or Dr. Moreno would be, how could we be able to shift resources around to be able to not just say, yes, they're available, but in the next week or so, be able to roll out a testing plan that's more mobile and will go to perhaps more school sites, more agricultural sites, so that we could address some of these drops in numbers. When that list comparing Monterey County to some of our nearby other counties, I think that's telling. And maybe county staff could respond of what can we accomplish in the next week or so to be able to do that.
Dr. Moreno or Elsa, are you still on the line to respond to that question?
Yeah, I'm still here. I can start. So I think that's a good question. I think we'd have to sit down with our team here and others to get a response to you, unless Elsa has something she wants to share this afternoon.
So good afternoon, Elsa Jimenez. I think I will just add that, we were approached by the testing task force regarding the ability to be able to deploy different testing resources potentially in Monterey County for the agricultural community. And we are going to be having a conversation with the Ag Ad Hoc group this coming Monday to share in those. We could also ask the state to see if, for example, the mobile testing strategy, if that were to be made available to Monterey County, could it also be expanded to include other eligible workers in the food and agriculture and potentially even the early care space. So I think there could be some opportunities with the state testing task force to be able to bring in more mobile services into the county. And we can explore with the various stakeholders on the state to confirm.
And Director Jimenez, is there any resources that we may need to be able to do that? I know we're waiting for Congress to act, and certainly being able to get some of those resources will take, I think it has to arrive at the county, I think within 60 days. So we don't know how long it will take them to do that. But knowing that there may be some more resources to carry out some of this work, I guess in your planning, you and Dr. Moreno could let the board know whether you will need more resources to be able to do that. I mean, that's what this funding is intended, that we could reopen, but do it smartly and safely as possible. But that with that relief on its way, I just want us to be able to consider looking at what else do you need to be able to make this happen in terms of funding.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up and suggesting, the current services that are being offered by the state would be free to the county. It may require some support with respect to coordination, staffing to help workers with scheduling appointments, et cetera. But the testing itself would be free. And as you pointed out, if we do identify that the services being made available to us by the state are not necessarily meeting our unique community's needs, then we will definitely come back to the Board of Supervisors with a specific ask for general fund dollars or this new money that's going to be coming into the county to help support expanded testing services.
Thank you, Director Jimenez.
And Janine has another comment too, maybe in response to that question or generally.
I have a comment when we were doing our research. Is it okay to say it?
Yeah, please.
So when we were doing our research, Mike and I were scratching our heads why San Luis Obispo County was testing at such a high level. And it turned out that Cal Poly, which was their hotspot at the time, they actually test twice a week all their students that are back in session. So that's how they're doing it. So if you look at Monterey County by segment, you've got 4,200 employees who work for the county. Well, what if you dedicated 100 a week? And what if hospitality dedicated another 100 a week? And so there may be a way to get the testing ramped up a little bit different than what we've thought about in the past. And, I've often joked that, plant testing facilities in front of Walmart and Costco and give a $25 incentive. And that's another strategy that probably would be quite successful. So thank you again for your time today.
Yeah. I do have a couple questions. I don't see other hands raised, but I'll ask my questions. So just in terms of I'm looking at the presentation from Dr. Gupta that talked about the White House COVID team recommending 20,000 tests per week. I'm looking at our total number of tests that we're doing per week, which is down below, 2,000 or so, 2,500. I'm looking at the hospitality presentation that, if you were to average some of these larger communities that are doing around 500 tests per week based on the per 100,000, that's really only 2,500 tests per week based on our size of our community. Our LHI capacity at just those 4 sites gets us up to, if we were maximizing utilization, we'd be at 4,000 tests per week. So what I think I'm taking away from this is that we do have capacity to meet the needs of what the Hospitality Association is asking for in terms of increasing testing rates to get to this adjustment factor that brings us down. However, there's a public health argument to be made that 4,000, that what we need is actually beyond the LHI capacity, what the LHI capacity has to offer, and needs to be more than that. And regardless of any of this, we do need to be somehow investing in a strategy that gets people to the testing sites, because if we have capacity but we're not utilizing it because it's not being made available in ways that people can access it, we have a problem. So I think my request to the health department would really be to sit down with our COVID collaborative group that has a proposal and has put some numbers on that proposal to look very closely at the testing rate linear adjustment factors and what we may benefit from. Would it be possible to get out of the red into the orange through a testing strategy would be a question. And then again, that question of what resources are needed for us to be able to aggressively put forward a testing program that addresses the public health needs, the economic needs, and really ultimately keeps our community safe in the coming months as we do begin to reopen. So that would be a request that I have for the health department to really take a close look at this and bring some very real concrete recommendations back to us. I don't see other supervisor hands raised, but I do see some public comment. So we will go to public comment for all of our COVID conversation issues today. On Zoom, I have one hand raised currently, Samir Bakhta.
Hi there. I've spoken to some of you in the past. My name is Samir Bakhta. I'm a local physician in Monterey. And in response to what's been going on, I see the effect of COVID on our community when I take care of people in the emergency department. So to answer the need that's been addressed, actually, I've developed a comprehensive testing startup called Lightspeed Testing to provide exactly what Supervisor Alejo was discussing. Mobile, workplace, school, and event-based testing, rapid testing that we can do twice weekly that gives us actionable results in 15 minutes. This could help increase our testing dramatically, as all of you have discussed. It can help secure the safety of our ag workers. And if we expand this elsewhere, we can reopen our hospitality industry, especially in conjunction with vaccinations. So a couple things that I would like to request, as Mr. Zimmerman suggested, I think that we should ask the state to adjust our linear adjustment factor to include rapid testing so that we can match what other counties are doing with testing and get our rates lower. And I'd also like to suggest that the county commit $5 million in startup funds for pilot rapid testing projects so that our community can jumpstart our testing and start getting us reopened. And most importantly, so that we can find asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic cases in our community amongst our farm workers and elsewhere, so that we can isolate those folks, find out who's infected, and get them out of circulation so they don't infect anybody else. Ultimately, this boils down to keeping our community and our workers safe. And if we can do that, then I think we really have the chance as a county to go above and beyond what anybody else is doing and really be a leader nationwide in saying, not only are we just talking about safety, we're putting it into action. We're safeguarding our agriculture workers, our hospitality workers, and we're reopening not just in name, but in deed, and keeping ourselves really safe. So I'd like to have you think about that and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bakhta, for joining us today. Carol, we've got you up next for public comment. You should be able to unmute your microphone and share some thoughts.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Carol Travaggian with CCM&E. I am part of the hospitality industry on the board of the Hospitality Association, and I think I've spoken with you before, 99.9% of my business is group. So I have no business. And yet I do have employees who will help do anything. And if we have a place that we can get them tested, I'm happy to get a group of them together 1 day, 2 days, 5 days a week if we need to help be part of the solution here. So anything we can do, and the entire Hospitality Association and industry is on the same page. So anything we can do, we're happy to do it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts today. Call-in user number 2, you may need to push *6 to unmute yourself, but we're grateful to have you join us today. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. There's a bunch of issues. One is the political issue of reopening the community, and there needs to be accurate testing to see what is actually going on, not high CT PCR testing. And what I heard today, that vaccines are safe. The vaccines are designated investigational by the federal government. They're experimental. They do not have FDA approval. They only have emergency use authorization. They haven't gone through animal trials or extensive and public peer review with critiques. They were rushed through in months. Moderna and Pfizer are new mRNA gene therapy injections. They've not been tested yet on pregnant women or children. And the British Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency expects a high volume of vaccine adverse drug reactions. So what is the warnings of the side effects, including death, before people are vaccinated? Are there materials in Spanish, English, and other languages, including indigenous languages here in the county, are given to people about the possible side effects, including infertility, autoimmune disorders, heart attacks, and death? The only people I know that are monitoring the side effects is the CDC's VAERS volunteer reporting system, which only captures 1% of these events. The latest data from December 14th to February 16th had 1,265 deaths, 4,424 serious injuries, and a total of 25,212 adverse reactions. If this is only 1%, this is huge numbers. Over 1,400 were anaphylactic reactions, 298 reports of Bell's palsy, 56 reports of miscarriage or premature deaths or premature birth. These are 100 to 200 times more than those associated with flu vaccinations. And the pharmaceutical industry is immune from liability. I am not anti-vaccine. I'm about science. And I'm an ordinary person who sees many red flags that the county is so far ignoring to push vaccination, along with state and federal officials that have made this a political issue. Prioritizing on the basis of race is unacceptable. We have a history of doing that that's been disastrous. And with Hispanic people being moved to the head of the line, despite that some national experts say that there are genetic risk factors to mRNA vaccines for Hispanic people and African American people. The news reports report high refusal rates by science-trained medical professionals, 30% or more. They can read studies, they can read research protocols, they know the backstories better than the public. If they're saying no, maybe the public should listen. The known vaccine effects, including antibody-dependent enhancement, which is a delayed reaction, which can amplify the infection, which causes a more severe disease or death when the person's exposed to real virus. Bell's palsy, multiple sclerosis, Guillain-Barré, heart attacks, anaphylactic reactions, the polyethylene glycol that's in these experimental vaccines. 70% of people develop antibodies against these, causing allergic, even fatal reactions. And previous SARS vaccines have failed. When exposed to the wild virus, a high percentage of the test subjects
Nina,
die.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're out of time.
Who's monitoring this?
Our 3 minutes is up, so I'm sorry I have to interrupt.
About side effects to people. We're talking about the Nuremberg Convention.
Nina, I'm sorry I have to continue moving on with our meeting. But thank you for your comments, and whenever we run out of time, I always encourage people to contact the Board of Supervisors via email, cob@co.monterey.ca.us. Okay, we do not have any more hands raised in Zoom for public comment. I'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for any final thoughts, comments, or direction. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Leo. I'd like to have the health department come up with a plan for us and thinking outside the box a little, like we talked about, going to certain locations, maybe offering an incentive for people to testing. But I think we're moving in the right direction on our vaccines. But as was pointed out by Mr. Zimmerman, our testing, we need to energize it and do it in the right way. We've been trying to, and I know we've been getting the word out about testing. We haven't been effective with it. We have to come up with some other alternatives and suggestions. So I look forward to hearing that from the health department.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, I don't know if we need to do direction, but I also already said she would be working on that to come up with a plan, knowing that we have resources coming so that we could better strategize. Like I said, the numbers by Dr. Moreno provided earlier today were great. We're making great strides forward. The numbers are dropping, and that we shouldn't let our guard down. I think that should be certainly emphasized. Monterey County cannot let its guard down. We have to stay vigilant, continue to do all the safety measures that we've done, wearing a mask, social distancing, disinfecting, no large gatherings. But at the same time, now, because of that work, we do have the possibility to reopen, and I want to say safely, and that's guarded, opening in a guarded manner, so that we could have some of our other businesses open up, as they've also been hurting during this purple tier greatest level of restriction. But I think doing what we're asking for is helps the county in a lot of other ways. We know we have to keep testing up, and so in that light, I want us to bring back a proposal with resources if needed. Whatever is realistically needed to do that, we have that ability to do that now with the federal aid that's coming. The only last thing I wanted to just say with some of the comments that I hear from our public, I respect everybody's opinion on this, but I want to reemphasize that these vaccines are safe. Our residents are, these are backed by research. And I think the greatest testament to that are the thousands of Monterey County residents that are getting vaccinated. They haven't seen the issues. And I think that's what's helping build more confidence of the residents. I certainly saw that with farm workers getting vaccinated last Saturday, that when they see coworkers getting vaccinated and there isn't any issues, that a greater number of farm workers are going to be open and wanting to get their vaccinated. I think that's the same for the public at large. And like when you talk about providing vaccination to communities of color hardest hit, there is a reason. It's not just pre-existing conditions. It is those communities have been the hardest hit by infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. When it's your family and people in your neighborhood and in your community that are losing their lives, certainly there should be greater access to you if you are facing the brunt of this virus. I just wanted to speak out and saying that we have to strategize and we have to make vaccine available to those communities hardest hit. And in Monterey County, that is 70% Latino of hospitalizations and 56% of all deaths. And it has to do with that the fact that many of these folks are frontline workers. They are continue to serve our nation, putting their lives on the line, whether it's harvesting your crops or selling food to you at the grocery store or many other services. Those are the people who are providing a service to you. So we must be also understanding when their needs are not being met adequately. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Chair Askew. Just wanted to go ahead and say thank you to everybody who helped put this presentation together, from MCHA, Janine, and friends. We really appreciate the work that you've put in. And in terms of some creative ideas, I was just kind of sitting over here thinking for a little bit about how we could encourage it. Right now the hottest thing out there is the vaccine. And what if we moved people or gave them a code to sign up if they went ahead and got tested, and then that they meet the qualification of not having been recently exposed, or be positive. Just spitballing here, but appreciate you all and all the thoughts that you're putting forward, and look forward to the recommendations coming out of the health department in the near future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I don't see any other supervisors with hands raised, so I'll just support sending this back to the health department. I would ask that our health department work with the Community Foundation testing team that's working on this issue as well. And I think the other thing that I just wanted I'm hearing that there is agreement among the board that if there are resources that we need to commit towards a testing program, that there's an interest in understanding what those resources, what that need might be, so that we can provide that if necessary. So I'll leave that for the health department to consider as they bring us back something to work with. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Regarding if there is funding for the vaccines, for the testing rather, I think that we should make it a push. And we need to have the budget department involved with finding the money for the vaccines. I don't think we should just keep our fingers crossed. I think this is a serious push that we've got to do. The hospitality industry has been so gracious about what they have had to go through. And it's time for us to push harder than we have before, especially when we can push internally. So I would really respectfully request, Chair, ask you that you add that to your comments as well. Thank you.
Elsa, are you still Elsa Jimenez? Are you still on the line? Is the direction from the board clear on this point? Do you have any questions or need any clarification?
No, the direction is clear, and as suggested, there is already a testing work group that's part of the COVID-19 collaborative, and so we will continue to work with Dr. Gupta and other members to further refine the testing proposal he brought forward today and identify a financial ask.
Okay, and the only other thing I would add, I'm just looking back to my notes from the conversation, there are rapid tests floating out in the community, and so if we need to request the inclusion of rapid tests in adjustment factor considerations, if that's something that we need to go to the state and request, if we could just make sure that that gets in the works as well.
If I may speak to that. So that is a constant conversation of topic between the California Department of Public Health and local health officials. At this point, they are only including the PCR results in statewide data and not the rapid antigen testing results. So it is an ongoing conversation that we continue to have.
Very good to know. And if there's anything that we can do to go on record with our support for rapid tests to be included, I think that there's, I would definitely be supportive of that. And I think that was discussed here today. Okay, any other final thoughts on COVID presentation? Otherwise, we will move on to our final item of the day. And again, thank you everyone who joined us coming out to Salinas to give us an audience for our board meeting. It's great to see people again. Dr. Sandeep Gupta, thank you for the work that you're doing with the collaborative and testing recommendations. Dr. Gus, we value and appreciate you and all of our educators. Dr. Moreno and Christy, we really appreciate you staying on top of the constantly changing, updated information as it comes at us. Is there anything else, Nick? We're good? We're good. Okay, moving right along. There is no vote required to give consensus that we've already given. So item number 14 today is to consider recommendations from the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee to adopt the 2021-2022 Sustainability Program, adopt policies governing the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee, and receive a presentation from the Sustainability Program on the annual plan, and then provide direction to staff. I believe we have Ashley Paulsworth here to present. Hi, Ashley. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thanks for joining us. I'll pass the floor to you.
Great. I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right. Slideshow. Great. Okay. Good afternoon, supervisors and members of the public. I'll be presenting to you today this 2021 Sustainability Program Plan for your consideration, as well as the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee bylaws. So as you know, the recommendations before you today are to consider the recommendation from the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee to adopt the 2021-2022 Sustainability Program, adopt policies governing the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee, receive this presentation, and then provide direction to staff. So I wanted to share these highlights with you, since the program has been operating for about 1 year now. And the program has been focused on identifying key sustainability issues and partners locally, drawing down grant funds for climate action, and launching efforts to avoid costs through internal measures such as energy audits and fleet audits. And this is just a little sampling of some of the work that we've done and achieved this year. On this slide, you'll see a breakdown of the sustainability program plan. Basically, the program covers three basic areas, overarching categories. And that would be your programmatic activity, which would include things like running the AEE committee, writing grants. And then you've also got a municipal category. That's our municipal climate action plan, which is directed mainly at internal county operations, where we have a really high level of control over our emissions activities. And then you'll see the climate action plan being this is the community climate action plan being sort of the bulk of the activity next year, writing and implementing that. And that has a focus on our external community-wide areas. So that's the unincorporated areas emissions. So the vision here is a comprehensive sustainability program that serves a wide variety of constituents and focuses primarily on the mitigation of emissions, but also considers economic and social aspects and really tries to integrate equitable solutions. In 21-22, the program has requested additional funding to further these activities, really so that we can continue to draw down grant funding and push through projects that will reduce county costs. Okay, so moving along. I wanted to share this slide because it demonstrates that sustainability is a really cross-cutting area. It's one that requires collaboration with multiple county departments. So greenhouse gas emission mitigations efforts range from things like waste management to building design and transportation, as well as natural and working land use. So opportunities for reductions exist in our own facilities and in our purchasing practices. Then you also have things like adaptation, which really remains sort of this overlapping area of concern that's shared by the planning team, the Office of Emergency Services, the Water Resources Agency, and the Sustainability Program. So what I really wanted to show here is that the efforts of the program touch on the works of many different departments. Okay. As you know, a primary activity in 2021 will be the initiation of the Climate Action Plan as required by the county's general plan. The plan will lay out strategies for reducing unincorporated county emissions in line with state targets and will involve deep stakeholder engagement over a period of 3 phases. Okay, so the plan development starts with phase 1, which is project initiation and visioning, which really looks at the status quo, the science behind climate change, and historical context specific to this county. Then in phase 2, we'll engage stakeholders on the development of strategies. And in phase 3, we'll have a commentary on the draft plan. This slide shows who the major stakeholders are, including our advisory bodies and county jurisdictions, as well as sector working groups, businesses, students, and community-based organizations. So by involving a wide range of stakeholders, we hope the plan will have community-driven solutions and that this plan will identify partners in our community who can help us to see the strategies through. All right, so now I'm moving on to the AEE bylaws. This is just a brief overview. The committee has been in operation for many years, and the program felt it was just important to define the purpose of the committee, to focus on providing guidance to this newly minted sustainability program, and to ensure that the county could hit the greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets that are set by state and federal regulations. And then I have one bonus slide actually, because I've been thinking about the decreases in emissions due to telecommuting this year. And I just wanted to share this. I reran the numbers, and we have a 10% decrease in our emissions from employee commute from 2005 levels, which is actually a 20% decrease from what we were projecting for this year. So that helps us to continue striving towards the 2030 goal, and hitting that early means a greater decrease in cumulative emissions over that same time period. So this is the bonus slide, just a little extra information for everybody. And I'll take you back to the recommendations and stand here for questions on either the program plan or anything that we covered today.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much. And I really like that bonus slide too. And you should know Supervisor Phillips and I are both competing to figure out who can start commuting to work on our e-bike. So well, we're gonna contribute less over the future here. So anyway, I will invite my colleagues. Any comments or questions? I see Supervisor Adams.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, Ashley. it's a bright light, and it's really wonderful. So thank you. And I'm really pleased to see that you're seeking out grant funding to further the sustainability program. I think that's really critical here while saving the county money. I was wondering if there's been any discussion of including sustainable aquaculture, sustainable seafood watch, the sustainable farming of fish practices for the fishing industry, sort of like Seafood Watch at the Monterey Bay Aquarium that is a leader for certifying its sustainable fishing practices. Wondering if you had looked at that, had an opportunity to look at that sort of thing yet.
So I think that sustainable aquaculture is a really exciting area. And, we definitely have a lot of opportunities in sustainable aquaculture here in Monterey Bay. And so I'm in touch with a couple different groups, and we'll continue to kind of hear more about what kinds of strategies there might be to sequester emissions and just, really support the ocean ecosystem through the Climate Action Plan.
As we look to things for the Economic Development Committee, I was thinking that's one of the areas where our committee and your work could really interface, because as we look to see what can we do to be on the cutting edge, the leading edge for future work, economic development, you're right there at the fore. So I look forward to having a little sidebar conversation with you about ideas for the future.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any other supervisors with questions or comments for Ashley?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, please go ahead, Supervisor Alejo.
For Ms. Paulsworth, just one thing that I know that is a definite need in Monterey County, as we're trying to move to more electric vehicles and the state continues to provide incentives, even some more geared to lower income families to be able to afford electric vehicles. There seems to be a real need for more rapid charging stations throughout Monterey County. I don't know if we've done like just a census on how many charging stations we have throughout the county, but considering that we do have a lot of tourism, we do have a lot of working families, that if we're planning for the future, we should be able to see where do we stand today and what are our goals in terms of having more electric vehicle infrastructure, especially along the 101 corridor, the Highway 1 corridor, where we get a lot of traffic. I think that has to be, from what I hear from people who travel through Monterey County, that there simply isn't enough of those, the rapid charging stations, the 20-minute. And I just want to say, if we could at some point get a report on where we stand today, so that we could work towards improving that infrastructure in the future, in the next few years in our county. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Phillips.
Well, on that, I know the air board that Supervisor Lopez and I sat on is working, trying to get more charging stations. My question, and thank you for the report, Ashley. My question is, are we looking about down the road? I know some people were talking about trying to partner with the county and providing a solar farm to kind of energize and provide the electricity for all of our campuses eventually. Is that something that we will seek out and explore?
Yes. So there's a couple of different options for, working towards decarbonizing our emissions from the electricity that we use in our county facilities. So we're definitely exploring what's the best route there. We're actually, so we do have one project going on with the net zero investigation. And then, there's also some net energy metering credits that we can explore, as well as, participating in 3CE's Prime. So I think we're trying to kind of comprehensively look at what all of the options are and see which would be the best choice for the county. And okay. I think we'll have an update on that, before the end of the year.
All right, thank you.
All right. I am just really excited about the progress that you've been able to make, Ashley, in such a short time with the county. in terms of developing out the concepts and really identifying funding opportunities, engaging the community. There's so much in what you've been able to pull together, and I also want to. We've created the position, and the work that you can do is limited without any funds to be able to really make significant progress. So as you are out continuing to identify grant funds, I do think that there's an obligation that we have to find the funds to provide the relatively small match amounts that you will inevitably need to do the more significant work of our building on our climate action plan. So I just want to, you're not asking for that right now, but I do just want to say that I recognize the need for that, and we'll ask our budget folks to make sure that they're considering that and working with you to get those augmentation requests into our budget.
Thank you.
I don't see any other board comments. Is there any public comment on our sustainability program and this item here today? We have no one left in the chambers today. Is there anyone online who would like to comment? I don't see any comments online, so we will bring it back, and I'd be happy to entertain a motion to approve this staff report and recommendations from my colleagues. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. We have a motion from Supervisor Adams, a second from Supervisor Alejo, and we'll take it to the clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Ru Askew.
Aye. Our motion carries. Could we call for a readout from closed session by County Council for both the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County?
Thank you, Chair. There is nothing. There was no reportable action today, and just a reminder: the board will be recessing. The county board will be recessing back into closed session, and will adjourn the meeting out of closed session, and there will be no reportable action at that time either.
Okay, so we will be adjourning today in memory of Barbara Livingston and Joyce Vandeveer. Supervisor Adams, did you have some comments you wanted to make?
Yes, I'd like to comment on Barbara Livingston. And Barbara lived in Carmel for a long part of her life. She was a village activist and a retired city council member. She died peacefully at her home at the corner of 13th and San Carlos. And that's a significant place because it was where she could always be seen sitting outside at a little table in the sun hat and oversized sunglasses. She would just be smiling at all of the people who would come by, smiling and welcoming her neighbors, inviting people to come and sit down for a visit and to talk about local and national politics. On either level, she was always up on current issues. She was a founding member of the Democratic Women for Monterey County and was the founding president of the Friends of the Carmel Forest, which sought to protect every tree threatened by a developer's bulldozer. She was eloquent and rational in their defense and was elected first to the city council in 1992 and re-elected to 3 4-year terms, retiring in 2004. She was an absolutely elegant, lovely woman and person in every way that you could imagine. After retiring, she stayed active as the president of the Carmel Residents Association. She loved a party, and the story is that for her 70th birthday, she hosted a black tie party, and there was a password required to get into this party. The password was Monica Lewinsky, and you had to enter through a hidden door that went through a laundromat. She was just that sort of person. At the end of her party, she'd arranged to have the Carmel police come and arrest her and haul her away in handcuffs. She was quite the character. For her 90th birthday, she hosted a bash herself, as was her wont, at the Carmel Mission Ranch. And definitely it was, though the property is owned by her local political nemesis, Clint Eastwood, she was never one to hold a grudge, but she sure knew how to throw a great party. And her legacy will live for a long, long time. She was really the Queen of Carmel. Thank you. It's an honor to recommend her to be acknowledged today as we adjourn.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. And I'll make a couple comments in memory and in honor of Joyce Vandeveer, who I had the opportunity of getting to know through the Monterey Peace and Justice Center. Joyce was a longtime Monterey resident, a teacher, a mother, a wife. She founded the local chapter of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom and died in her home on February 17th on her 94th birthday. She will be deeply missed by the community and the impact that she's left as an advocate and someone who really just welcomed others into the work of community peace building and advocacy will be felt for a long time. So with that, we'd like to adjourn in honor of Barbara Livingston and Joyce Vandeveer, and we will be adjourning into closed session where we'll adjourn from closed session. Thank you. We're recessing to closed session and we'll be adjourning directly from closed session. All right. Thank you all for joining us today. We'll be back again next week, I believe. All right.